Alright. Hello, hello, hello. Oops, that's my OBS. Hey everybody, it's me again, Lapuzan. Today we're doing Of the Devil. This is part 5 of the Devil. Hello, Ocean. How you doing, Ocean? I know you messaged me back that you need to pick me up. Hope you're okay. Hopefully this will pick you up. But yeah, I hope you feel better, Ocean. Hopefully the stream doesn't go down. So far, it's looking good. I mean, I might have jinxed myself, but whatever. It's not looking too bad right now. Nasally, I think I'm doing okay as well. So I think I can do it. We will be using Voicemod, so if I do start to sound pretty nasally, hopefully the Voicemod will cover that. Oh shoot, my chat is getting cut off here. 1 second, let me fix this real quick. And my spicy water's on. Oh, spicy water's on? Hold on. Let me turn that off. Thank you for letting me know, Ocean. Let me turn that off. Thank you for checking the YouTube, Ocean. Appreciate it. Yeah, I haven't been streaming lately. I know that I don't know what's going on. It's like, honestly, today I am not feeling 100% today as well, but at least like I'm not like super congested at the moment. More like muscle weakness, I'd say. But yeah, I haven't been too great as of late, health-wise, but you know, not doing too bad right now, not doing too bad. Viewer rewards, points, we gotta turn off. Manage points, turn off spicy water today. Speaking of which, I probably will do karaoke on Friday, I'm not exactly sure. Cause I haven't done that in a while. There's a good chance that Venom's not gonna be there, unfortunately, because he's busy. He's been busy. Even I don't know much news about what's going on with him. I just know that he's busy. And I hope he's doing well. We all love him, of course. Okay, so I turn off spicy water. Honestly, I need to change some of these redeems. Maybe some new sounds, you know, freshen things up. Also, I've changed, you can't see it from your end over there, but I also changed some things from my end, like I pushed my camera back so we can capture me, because I've noticed like on streams, like I would put my face up to the screen and it's like the camera kind of just cuts off and usually gets like part of my face and you see me glitching out here and there. So I kind of push my camera back to make sure it, you know, captures me better. That way my VTuber model will be captured hopefully more accurately. This is according to my Twitch on computer, and I'll be back, okay? Just that I know you haven't been to Ultimate Stream, but his father is in the hospital. Yeah. I'll talk to Ultima about some things, because I have some family matters regarding myself as well. Eyes are turning up. Aw. Hope you're okay. Yeah, I'll talk to Ultima. I have some like family matters that I have myself as well. So oh yeah, like I said, I've moved my camera. I have my mic a little closer. Hopefully that'll help with the voice mod. I just don't like hustles. it's not recent for me, but family member of mine, I won't say who specifically, but like it is a close family member. They're what is that called where they have to take out it's like parts, it's for like it's like reproductive parts. And once they did that, they found out that she has like, I forgot what stage of cancer, but yeah, right now they're doing chemo, so I don't know. Anyway, that's a talk for another time. But yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons I have been out too. It's like a combination of my health and that, thinking about that, it's probably been affecting my health as well, but yeah. This reminds me if my grandma ends up in the hospital, I won't be able to visit her, so it's sad. Yeah. Oh, dang. Does she live quite far away? Fortunately for my grandmother, it was in a different country, and at the time I couldn't really get my stuff together, so it sucked. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started with Of the Devil. I didn't check my Voicemod stuff, so hopefully everything is still working correctly. Like I said, I have my mic closer to my face, so hopefully it'll pick things up better. I don't know if it will, but that is my hope. Also, I just realized I should clean my desk a little more because I'm missing out on a lot of space here that I could be using. I don't know, but it's too dangerous for me in the hospital. Alright. Let's see if this works. Hopefully everything is good.
They must have waved me down over 5 times. I've been in private banks with less active security than this.
Were they private banks that had recently had a shooting?
No.
Then the comparison seems flawed. Armed guards in the halls, drones outside the windows, androids standing firm in the streets, typical Spectrum stands at every entrance. They really rolled out the red carpet for you this time.
If they were this concerned, why didn't they just move the trial outside the city?
The district attorney said as much, but the city council overruled them.
That's it. Okay. The district attorney? You mean Miss Rockford?
Miss Rockford's boss.
Voicemod is working. Stream looks fine. Okay, cool. I'm hoping all the voices work because I'm not exactly sure like what. I don't think Voicemod takes out anything. I think they usually stay there forever. But I don't know. They may take some things out. I'm not sure. Yeah, as long as it's working. Thank you for letting me know.
Word of the attack yesterday is already trickling out. They can't afford a delay, or it'll look like they've been successfully intimidated.
There's such a thing as overcompensating.
not us on the stage of security theater.
Were you able to look over the DNA analysis that scientists completed, Adonai?
Their reports on the findings, yeah. They need a lot to think about on the ride over. You're looking much better.
I don't feel better. They gave me some sort of injection last night.
Oh, wait a minute. That's suspicious, right? What if... Okay. Injection. What if Sasuke dies? Because right now this trial seems pretty difficult, and Sasuke almost has no intention of winning. What if he dies before the trials end? I don't know, maybe I'm looking into this injection a little too much. Maybe he's gonna say something after this, I don't know.
I woke up in much more pain, but they still insisted on taking off all my bandages.
Some sort of injection?
Sasuke consented to intravenous injection of a recovery accelerant at 9:33 p.m. last night.
You consented without knowing what it was.
I nodded. Thought it would help me sleep. That interrogation room floor isn't exactly ideal for rest.
Spoiled brat. This is the same guy who was confidently telling me he was fine with going to jail.
What about you, Adonai? Were you able to get any rest?
Right, because didn't what's her name like sleep over our place like the previous night, got drunk and slept over? What's her name? The young detective with the eye, the cybernetic eye, I forgot her name. Yeah.
I slept like a rock. Eventually. Didn't even wake up when a certain unwelcome guest stumbled out the door in the early morning. Thank God.
But it was an accelerant, huh? I thought there was something familiar about this discomfort. They gave it to us back in the military on occasion. You heal up faster, but it still takes the same toll overall. Explains why I feel like all my bruises are fresh.
Why did you wait until now to start giving Sasuke medical attention, though?
See, that's a question that we have to ask. Why do they give him medical attention now? That injection's very suspicious. Sorry, look at my phone real quick. Miss, I hate you, cause keep ruining everything and make prisoners go free.
Emma must have realized it was getting a bit silly. Trying to accuse you of murdering 5 people when you look like you had been thrown through a windshield?
Oh, is this a play to like heal Sasuke, show that he wasn't as injured as what is reported, and it's like, oh look, he's all healed up already. That's kind of shady. I wouldn't think that Emma would do that, but that's kind of shady. Maybe it's not Emma that's doing it, maybe it's somebody else behind the scenes doing it. Because I wouldn't think Emma would do something like that, right? Because I get the feeling that Emma does want justice. Like, she doesn't play underhandedly. Well, she'll play underhandedly, but she'll use the truth though, right? But I don't think she'll cheat the system, right? That's cheating, right? I don't think it's Emma though. I don't think Emma would do that.
Don't worry, Sasuke. You're still handsome, even without the rugged edge that your injuries provided.
Hearing that doesn't make me happy, you know.
Now look at him blush.
Then why are you blushing? And always blushing. It's not like you're spotless. You still have a mark under your left eye.
That's a mole though. Isn't it? Isn't that just a mole?
No, I've had that since birth.
What? Why do I feel like the mole might play some significant part of, like, I don't know. Maybe like his relation to somebody, maybe? I know it's not. Okay. Me personally, actually, the mole on my body actually kind of shows on multiple family members. It's usually in the same spot. I have 3 uncles on my mom's side, and they all have moles in the same spot that I do, in the back of my neck, which I can't see myself, obviously, unless I see a mirror. But according to my mom, well, actually, no, I've seen my uncles, like, the back of their necks. They all have moles on the back of their necks. I have a mole on the back of my neck. So yeah, I kind of feel like it does. I don't know. Actually, oddly enough, I have a mole in the same spot that he has in his eye. Oh, no, not the eye. Excuse me, not the eye. I do have a facial mole, but it's not on the eye. Or by the eye, I should say. It's very small.
I was told once that it's charming. Why'd you bring it up? Is it not charming?
So needy.
Thank you for clarifying that for the court, Detective.
That was the same story you told me yesterday down to the lower wards. In the lower wards, me and Reyes were the second on scene, so they focused on clearing the lower floors before meeting with Rogers. I had it on the record so I can look it over.
As for the next item on the docket, calling the defendant to testify.
Seems like it's gonna be a nothing burger. Not entirely, Your Honor. My client waives his right to decline.
Does he now?
Oh, okay.
Softy Ikaria. I'm a head of personnel security at the Ikaria Financial Group.
And the IFG, that's a family-run small business mom-and-pop operation, I take it?
Family run.
Well, Mr. Ikaria, I feel like the court already has a strong understanding of the circumstances you found yourself in. How you were captured and tortured by these 4 known criminal associates, all of whom are now dead. How you were found standing over the body of Officer Chahin. I suppose all anyone can ask is, what do you have to say for yourself?
I can only tell you what I remember. Even if that's mostly pain.
How about after the pain? How did it end?
I woke up to the feeling of my blood drying on my skin.
Familiar sensation for a personnel security, I assume?
Objection.
I can answer. It was a novel experience. I pulled off my blindfold and felt like I stepped into the desert.
And isn't it on file that he was a soldier too? I don't know if that's on file or not. But he was a soldier before.
White glaring in my eyes, or something in my temple. But I realized there's a gun in my waistband. The indicator showed it was spent. Didn't know what to make of it.
Does this gun look familiar to you, Mr. Ikaria?
Yes, that's the same gun.
Let the record show the witness has admitted to wielding the same MAN-US used to kill 2 of the victims. Is this okay?
I stumbled forward towards the door and past it. The whole room seemed red.
And after that, you don't remember? Anything else you'd like to say to the court, Mr. Ikaria, before we finish?
There is one more thing I recall. I remember holding my sword.
So he admits it.
You remember holding your sword?
This was very good.
That's very interesting of you to say, Mr. Ikaria.
It was on the ground, and it's important to me, so I bent over and picked it up.
Do you recall the next thing you did with that sword, Mr. Ikaria?
No. The next thing I know, I'm being transported and read my rights.
I see. Your Honor, do you feel we need to continue?
The questioning?
the trial.
Ouch! Ready to begin cross-examination at any time, Your Honor. If you insist. Round 1. Fight.
Surely we're past round 1 by now.
Right? Okay, so cut bindings. Yoru. The Magus. Let's see. I woke up in the room blindfolded. Managed to untie my bindings. Oh, the blindfold. Why would he be blindfolded? That's when I noticed the gun sticking out of my waistband. I was alarmed. Right? Why would he be blindfolded? When I stepped through the door, everything on the other side was red. I could... Also, he picked up Yoru off the floor. Sasuke isn't lying, no, he's just subconsciously glossing over a certain key detail. Ha! 1 second. All the trial prep in the world can't undo multiple concussions, I suppose. Ah, shit. Actually, an interesting thought just occurred. Because none of those... Okay. So it's the weapons and the cut bindings. Hold on. Evidence. Where's evidence? Okay, so it has to be one of those three, right? Magus, short barrel, scene of crime modified to a legal extent. The slugs fire detonate after penetrating their target, increasing lethality. Registered to Anchor Tan. Fingerprints on the gun matches Sasuke Ikaria. No one else found on Tank's person over a week ago during a routine. Subject in possession of firearms in violation. Stolen personal phone. Subject released with a warning. Okay. I don't think it's that. Hardly cloth bindings found inside the room where Sasuke was held, stiff with the dried blood, and clearly cut with something sharp. A summary of forensics DNA analysis conducted by scientists follows below. Sweat matches the DNA of subject A, Ikaria Sasuke. Skin matches DNA. Blood matches DNA. And subject E, Smiles Evans Miller. Okay, and then there is Yoru, right? The sword. Where's it at? Can I just... Sasuke's sword. Here it is. Bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime impaled into the torso of the victim Tariq Chopin. The steel is chipped several... Oh, this is it. It was found impaled in the victim, not on the floor. Remember he said he picked it up off the floor? I think that's it. Okay. Blindfolded. Managed to untie my bindings. That's when I noticed the gun sticking out of my waistband. When I stepped in, everything was on the side red. All I could think to do was bend down and pick up your off the floor right here. It was found in the victim, but he picked it up. What? What? No way. What? Alright, let's listen to this again. Wait. Tie my bindings. Oh, the bindings. It says he managed to untie his bindings, but it was cut. Alright. I wake up in that room blindfolded and in pain. Managed to untie my bindings and stumble forward. Yeah, this is it right here. It was cut. Okay.
Sasuke couldn't have untied his way out of his bindings. Not when they were very clearly cut by something sharp.
Oh, what's up, Ocean?
Objecting to a statement from your own client now?
What do you mean, Morgan?
These pieces of cloth were recovered from the room where you were held, Sasuke, and they very clearly been cut.
Count 2 chill games for you. Oh, what are they? Are they puzzle-like games? I like those. Or escape room games? I haven't played an escape room game in a long time. I should probably find one. I'm curious.
You didn't struggle your way out. You cut your way out.
Yes. Now that you mention it, that's right. But if I cut myself out first...
Right, if he cut himself out first, that means he had a sharp object. Either the sword or the knife, which means... And he said he picked up the sword once he got out the door, so it has to be the knife. The missing knife.
Your Honor, the people asked that the defense do their testimony coaching before the trial begins from now on. As it stands, this has been a colossal waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, this detail probably isn't important, right?
It's very important, Your Honor. If he used a blade to cut himself free from his bindings, that means Sasuke couldn't have gotten free until someone handed him a blade.
We know who handed him the blade, right? Because it's Morgan that put the gun in his waistband, right? And I think we put the knife in his hand too, right? As Morgan.
Meaning that the people's theory of a Darius state mid-interrogation is...
Remember that game with Fight in a Castle, which was an old game? Maybe that game with Fight in a Castle, which was an old game? I don't remember. Fight in a Castle? I'm trying to remember.
It is doing just fine, thank you for asking. None of us in the court here today seriously believe this man or his memory can be taken as the truth.
Then, forget him and just look at the bindings. They're hard. Physical evidence and they plan to have been cut.
by something sharp. When do we know that it fits that description?
You think it was Yoru?
So I think this is how Morgan is gonna introduce the knife into the evidence. Because it's like, it can't be Yoru because he stated that he picked up Yoru in the other room. It was a while ago, so I don't blame you. In a castle? I was wondering. In a castle? What is it? Is it a platforming game?
His captors kept him bound in that room most of the night, then cut him from his bindings with a sword to bring him into the main room for questioning. When he turned the tables on them before slaughtering them all,
That ass.
well, counselor, are we done here?
Katana had been used to cut those bindings? Looking at the actual bindings themselves, it could have been the sword. It couldn't have been the sword. Of course it wasn't the sword that cut those bindings.
What do you mean?
The problem lies with the DNA. Your Honor, if we could please draw the court's attention to the forensic analysis of the bindings.
Right. So, in terms of like skin, sweat, and blood, obviously Sasuke's was on it. But there's also Creek's DNA on it as well. Yeah, the first one is Ender Lilies. Oh yeah, Ender Lilies. Right. Wasn't that the one I played the demo of? No. That was a different one. Was it that one? No. And then there's Ender Magnolia, which is the second game. Wait, is it Ender Magnolia? They're both Ender games? I think Ender Magnolia was the one that I played the demo of, right? I played the demo of one of them. Hold on. Let me see. That's funny that they both have Ender in the name. Are they by the same company? Hold on. Livewire. And then there's Ender. Okay, Ender Lilies wasn't the one I played. Oh no, it was something different. Ender Magnolia. Oh yeah, they're by the same company. Okay. Yeah. So, I didn't play any of these. They do look like fun. Metrovania style. Oh yeah, it definitely looks fun. I like the artwork. I think I'm thinking of another game. Okay, let's see here.
You'll notice
Your client's blood, obviously.
yes, obviously. But upon closer inspection, you'll also see the blood from Miller was found as well.
Oh right, Miller's somebody different. It was that other guy that was in the room, not the green hair guy. The blue hair guy? I forget. True. Well, I saw someone play. Thought it looks chill. Maybe you'd like to play it. Oh yeah, especially a Metroidvania game. I would love to play it. I've heard of Ender Lilies before. Ender Magnolia, I don't think I've heard of. It looks like it's by the same company though, right? The same developer. I'm assuming maybe the same world, considering they both have Ender in the name. I remember hearing the name Ender Lilies before.
The Chachu guy?
Who was stabbed in the throat, as the court may recall.
By your client's sword, as is no doubt still fresh in the jury's memory.
Well, how can that be, Your Honor?
What do you need?
Is it not dark enough? Wouldn't think so.
How could Miller's blood have ended up on the bindings that kept my client from leaving the room in which she was held? Unless Miller was killed before my client was ever cut free.
That's true. That's the point there. Looking at his face. Gotcha.
That's
Kind of a big deal.
Isn't it?
I thought so, at least.
She's lying! That's not possible! Honestly, I don't get, like, the mob mentality. It's like... I know you want to blame or like... It's like... If somebody killed, like, one of your family members, and somebody was, like, falsely charged, and they were found innocent, wouldn't you want to find the person that was actually guilty? Like, this mob mentality thing is so stupid. It's like if somebody killed my family member, they were found innocent, and we find out later that it's somebody else. It's like, oh, so we were blaming the wrong person this whole time, but we were just shitting on them this whole time. I don't know. I guess in the moment, I guess, in the heat of things, it's like, oh, it's easy to blame this person, but then you find like all this innocent stuff about them. Ah, my God, I don't know.
You thought wrong, counselor. It's true that a katana had blood from Miller standing on it, and I'll admit that it's surprising to see his blood on our client's bindings.
Miller's autopsy shows he had no wounds besides the fatal puncture in his neck.
Oh yeah, this is how we're gonna get the knifing. Because remember, Morgan stabbed Miller in the neck with the knife. And that's how the blood got on the bindings, right?
So, the bindings on my client had to have been intact at the time Miller died.
But those bindings didn't need to be cut before your client could kill him.
What?
If your client's wrists were left unbound for questioning, he could have stolen the gun, killed Tanks and Creek, then picked up his sword, and he just stated in his testimony and set to work.
I mean, that's a flawed thing because he mentioned that he cut the bindings and then left. See, that's a hole in the testimony right there. Not in not in Sasuke's testimony, but a hole in her theory for his testimony. Because according to Sasuke, he cut the bindings and then picked up the sword.
You think my kindness drugged and beaten before killing 4 men with his wrist bound?
Only impossible for a man with his talents. And there is no other explanation for why he wouldn't cut his bindings with a sword that, as you insist, must have already been used to kill Miller.
No other explanation? Not even if he used something else to bring out a confinement?
I mean, this is obviously the knife, right? I mean, this is obviously the knife. Obviously, it's not the bat. You can't cut with the bat. The needles is pretty... I don't think you could cut with the needle. I mean, you could, but it'll take a long time. And honestly, the chances of a needle breaking would probably be high.
What if my client has simply used this to break out?
What the hell is that?
Way overcooked, from what I can tell.
It's a murder weapon, Your Honor. One recovered from the scene of the crime.
That a knife? Yes. What's what I grasped when I first woke up?
That's impossible.
What she said. There's nothing about a knife found seared to perfection in the ARC's data.
Is it overcooked or was seared to perfection?
Sarah asking the real questions.
This knife was not found inside the building, Your Honor. I retrieved it from the alley immediately beside it. Your android did?
The others you submitted video evidence of the entire afternoon to verify it? Doubting Thomas?
It's not the android I had trouble taking. At her word, counselor. What forensics have been performed on it? There are no fingerprints remaining, and the DNA present in the blood is too garish to be of use. But I have identified at least 2 different blood typings. AB negative and B negative, Your Honor. Your Honor, you are, of course, interested in forensic analysis of any evidence that seems pertinent to the crime at hand. But this was retrieved from an alleyway dumpster.
I mean, it's not just any alleyway dumpster. It's an alleyway dumpster next to the scene. Oh, whoo! Let me just sip some water here. Alright. As soon as I have the money, the games are ours. Bless you. Appreciate it, Ocean. Thank you. Yeah, take your time with it, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Ocean. Hopefully I'll be streaming more. I've been trying, but like I said, it's The congestion's like kind of killing me. Like right now, I'm kind of fighting it right now. But yeah, I still gotta play the other game too, which I still have downloaded. What is it? Out of Sight. Today's Tuesday. I know I'm gonna stream Nikkei on Thursday because they're gonna add more story. So for sure I'm streaming Nikkei on Thursday. Maybe I'll try Sunday, play Out of Sight. Friday I'm gonna try to do karaoke. I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream tomorrow or not, depends. But yeah, we'll see.
From an alley in the lower wards, without strong evidence linking it to a crime, I see no reason to entertain the idea that this is some kind of fourth murder weapon.
Sound murder weapon.
What?
The matter was postmortem.
The point still stands.
Well, I will not ignore me. Any link between this totally not suspicious fire royal knife and our crime?
I mean, if they look at the forensics and the point of entry, well, it's hard to tell honestly because they don't know what happened. Also would depend on Steam, but those games will have like original soundtracks apart and I will buy them for you. If Steam let me, because last time I had trouble with those. Oh, I appreciate it. Hey, you don't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Ooh. Oh man, I wish I could buy Mucinex. Stuff's expensive. Actually, I wonder if I get mints, but that would help. Maybe. Then again, you'll hear like mints in my mouth juggling around. Maybe I'll do that. I'll buy mints. Or cough drops or something. You're telling me like different region prices stop me. Oh, I see.
Or did we just throw it back in the garbage?
Again, it was a soot-filled drum by the garbage.
Of course, I have more to go on than mere proximity, Your Honor.
Stupid shit in my opinion, right?
I had proof right here that this knife was what Sasuke used to cut himself free.
Wow. Arrested with numerous injuries on the... Is it because it has Miller's blood? Hold on. It says Sasuke's autopsy. Mass-produced medium-sized combat knife sold at a wide variety outdoors. Hunting vendors recovered at the bottom of the ash-filled barrel in the alley just outside. Bears clear signs of blood on the blade despite being significantly charred by flames. Sarah's unique but nonetheless admissible forensic analysis found the presence of the following. Last time I'll ever leave something important with Sasuke. How the hell did he end up with it outside? Right? Okay, and then there's Sasuke's... Where's it at? Excuse me. Medical records. Sasuke Kari was apprehended at the scene of the crime. Injuries noted at the time, blood from various sources across the interior. Numerous bones in his left hand broken as of impacting. Slight laceration found on the left hand. Thank you. Slight lacerations found on left hand. Huh. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull and bruising and rope burns. This is the one that stands out. The slight laceration found on left hand. Oh wait, no. He got that cut while he was defending Makoto. Okay, maybe not. Right? Bruises on the interior front side of his body. Other bloods across the top of feet and pants legs. Largest wound found on the crown of the skull. Might be. If that's the case, actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea to try allergy medication and see what's up. Although, allergy medication would make me sleepy. I mean, it's worth a try. Okay. Where's your proof Sasuke wielded this knife? What was Makoto's testimony? Hold on, just to make sure. I know Ultima had the same issue that you have today. Maybe I'll try, like, allergy medication or something. Maybe I'll check with my sister. She has allergy medication. Makoto's testimony. Dumpster, Hans card. Here we go. He identified Creek's pod for men, defended by wielding the katana Yoru. Makoto claims that Sasuke pushed him into the elevator with Yoru's shield before violently mashing the panel with his left hand. Yeah, he broke it with his left hand. So it has to be the laceration on his hands, right? Yeah. Okay, we'll go with the laceration on the hands. It also sounds like allergies to me. Yeah, it might be allergies. Honestly, I kind of hope it's allergies because if it's like a sinus thing, like a sinus problem, that's a little more difficult to solve. But if it's allergies, at least I could take probably like medication or something. But yeah, I'll try allergy medication if I can, if my sister has any. Hopefully she does. You sound like me if someone gave me flowers, to be honest. I don't know. It could be that my room's like super dusty or something. I mean, I try to keep it decently clean, but dusting's probably the thing I do the least. I mean, I dust, but not often. Which I will probably do soon, just to make sure. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I have allergy medication, or my sister has it. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. I'm sorry about that. No, I didn't have any allergy medication, unfortunately, but my sister's gonna buy me some for tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Thank you. Yeah, no allergy medication, unfortunately, but my sister's gonna go to the store maybe tomorrow and pick me up some. So, hopefully the next time I stream I'll have it, and we'll try it out. Actually, I'll probably even use it before I stream or something. For a day I don't stream, like tomorrow or something. Because I know for sure I'm going to stream on Thursday because Nikkei has a new story coming out. So that'll likely be a long stream. I might start early on Thursday, I'm not sure. But yeah, new story for Nikkei coming out Thursday. Also, I did finish Licorice Recoil, which is the new events collaboration coming out for Nikkei. So, yay! It was a good anime. I enjoyed it. Anyways, let's go ahead and continue here.
Just take another look at that.
Also, I just turned on my ceiling fan to like get this air like moving around. I did dust my fan, by the way, but hopefully that'll move the dust around. If it is allergies, well, we'll see. Hopefully you don't hear the ceiling fan.
Your client's medical intake record?
Totally to still be drumming out sympathy, but if there are shirtless photos in the file, I suppose I have a duty.
Isn't she an android? Why would she be interested if she's an android? Also, I just noticed there's like a barcode on her jacket, on her coat, her little judge coat. So 1 second.
There are.
What? I did not remove my shirt for.
If I may please direct the court's attention to one specific item. Slight lacerations found on left hand.
What do you mean slight? Like a paper cut? More like a cutting board accident.
Neither paints a very picture.
But if he had a cut on his finger when he was first arrested,
Then it must have been sustained around the time of his escape. Like when he was using a knife to cut himself out of bindings while blindfolded.
Yeah, that makes sense.
yes. 1 second.
Sorry, give me a second. Alright, sorry about that. So good news, Voicemod covers the fan, so we don't hear it. Also, you're okay. Okay. Alright, sorry about that. I dropped something here and got lost. Alright.
Even a master swordsman can nick himself on his blade every now and then. His katana
Was found with a lot of blood on it, yes. But none of his own.
Thank you, Ocean.
Adonai is correct. Yoru was thoroughly tested and found to have blood residue matching Miller, Ray, and Officer Chopin.
That's not one drop of Sasuke's. Meanwhile, we have a nice way here, ready to be submitted into evidence and studied under a marine microscope to see in blind. That just so happens to have Sasuke's exact blood side on the tip.
AB negative? That looks high.
Does it match anyone in this case's who file except for Sasuke? Why? I do blood type fortune telling.
Wow, that's interesting from an android.
So I have a hobby. Shoot me. 2 shots right up to the base of my skull.
Counselor Nerligan, perhaps you might grace us all with your formal request.
I call for this knife to be submitted into the record and forensically analyzed as thoroughly and thoroughly as possible. Because I believe it is the murder weapon that actually ended Miller's life.
This is actually interesting because Morgan is the one that brought this knife to the crime scene, so it's kind of like she's exposing herself too. This like puts her at risk. Huh.
A knife to the neck.
Would be much easier to pick law than using the very tip of a sword. I'd hypothesize.
Nice recovery.
Perfect, Timmy.
In other words, then, you were asking for the medical examiner to be re-evaluated whether this knife might be a better fit for the wound in Miller's neck. 1 second.
I'm like covering a bunch of the words. I'm gonna make myself smaller real quick. Yeah, that's good enough. I could be on the side like this, that's fine. Or would it be better if I was on this side? Nah. Nah. Okay.
Yeah. Did you just repeat what she said but slightly rephrased? A conversational tactic to surpass Metal.
Metal Gear.
It is worth repeating, Your Honor. Because the people understand the full weight of what this knife implies.
tiny lot boost of pocket size. Yeah, I just realized I blocked some of the text. I mean, it's not super important, but some of y'all might want to read it later. As I know sometimes the voice mod doesn't come out fully. At least I hope that it comes out fully, but just in case.
It can overturn this entire case in an instant, depending on what Saxo finds. I'm just repeating what I said because she's stunned. I just flashed her with my hand, and it was one card away from a full house.
The people will have no objection, Your Honor. This trial requires that we fully examine this new piece of evidence.
Cool. So, does someone have her number? Is there a group chat for everyone who works for the government, or?
Dr. Sato is already on her way.
So, there is a group chat, and I'm not in it.
Also, I like how her hair goes from like the yellow to greenish. I know it's not like something super crazy, but it's pretty cool.
She'll be doing the examination as soon as he arrives.
Guess we just slack off until she's done then.
I can't read without glasses, and I understand you perfectly with Voicemod. Okay, cool. That's good. All right.
It occurs to me, Your Honor, that we ought to thoroughly examine why this possibly critical piece of evidence was not found during the police investigation.
The investigation and preservation of this crime scene was a joint effort between the police and Zionist security.
Then perhaps our next witness can shine a light on the source of this deficiency.
Is it gonna be Han? Because we did mention Zionist, right? It's either gonna be Han, London, or Reyes, right? Or it could be Rogers. One of those four. My bet's on Han. At least you could read with glasses on, Notion. Unfortunately for me, even with glasses on, I'm having a hard time seeing. Oh yeah, look, Han. Do I have a voice for Han? Oh yeah, I have a new voice for Han, I think. Right? Okay, yeah. I had a feeling Han was going to be in this, so I chose a voice for Han. Because I gave her the same voice as the old judge. But I gave her a new one this time. Hopefully it's fine, but we'll see.
Adelaide Han, site manager at Zionist Security. I served as supervisor for the scene of the crime and case. 356319-8. Excuse me.
Wait. Someone's in trouble? You mean in the game? It's either Zionist security or the police, right?
Wow, should I call you lady? Okay.
Nah, babe. But what should I call you, though?
Well, you can call me. You can keep calling me babe or...
Ugh. Ugh. Now, on the bright side about sneezing, at least it clears my sinuses. Because, like, I feel it, like, building up, getting congested, and then I sneeze and it clears up. So, if I sneeze, it's a good thing.
You address the adjutant as your honor.
Awfully cold name for such a high. Ow.
Bless you. Thank you, thank you. Am they in trouble for butchering the job? Yeah. It's either the police or scientists or both. Then again, they barely did any investigation, like, outside. And then they didn't investigate, like, the other rooms. Which I think Scientist was preventing them from doing so. Which is, you know, fair to the police, I guess.
Why the hell wasn't this knife found sooner?
Well, I hate to throw a business partner under the bus, but we at Scientist Security maintain the perimeters and stand watch over secured scenes. It's the cops who do the searching and flagging. You'd have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving.
It was a drum.
The police aren't your business partners, though, are they?
I don't understand the question, Your Highness.
Scientist Security is a sole corporation owned by the FIC Holdings, an offshore rebranding and effective pseudonym for Tim Acquisition. Ugh.
Wait, I have that? Wait, have what?
AKA the heart of the criminal organization operating in the lower wards that is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia.
Her colleague.
If you say so, sounds like it's below my pay grade.
Permission to treat a witness as hostile.
Should I get popcorn first?
Do you know why the state cooperates with the Blue Bloods to this degree? Why you're allowed to run your businesses and manage your petty fiefdoms?
Of course I have an emote of someone pushing someone under the bus.
Petty fiefdoms. How about this? It's a free country, and we're loyal capitalists, tax-paying entrepreneurs. You got your own explanation.
It's because you're insignificant.
Ouch. Ouch. It's like, you don't really matter until you do.
Neither you nor your organization are on trial here today. That's not a favor, and it's not a show of respect. It's just reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities. You are the focus of this investigation. But if you impede this trial's progress by dodging questions and playing stupid, you'll find that the state shifts its attentions to your neck very fast.
Rude, am I right?
You got questions for me then?
Why wasn't the alley searched?
Because the police found all the murder weapons within minutes. No rational person walked into that bloodbath and thought, gee, I wonder if there's a knife buried under a pile of ash in the alley downstairs.
Your witness, counselor?
My turn. If my hunch is right, it'll be critical that I gather as much information as possible about the scene of the crime and the ways in which it changed after I left. When did Sinus security first arrive on the premises, ma'am?
Midnight.
About 2 hours after my client was arrested? You're sure?
Checked my messages, and it saw the time right on my phone when we got there.
You were there yourself?
Probably being a site supervisor, you gotta stay on site. Lot of naps and parked cars.
And there's still a few details about the building setup when we first met. And to get it all out on the record.
Alright, let's see. The night's weather, the alley. So, let's start with building security, I guess. That was uncalled for. I'm gonna shut it. I hate you more now.
You know who owns the building that these crimes take place in?
I don't.
Do you know who installed the security features on location?
It was Sinus.
Must have gotten hired by someone.
Not my department.
But do you recognize some of the handiwork?
The front door was Sinus. The individual ballroom locks too.
That front door was locked when officers arrived. They had it heated open. Should your security systems recognize officers of the law?
Our doors are these physical locks. A lot of those in the lower wards don't trust a fog scanner that can be hacked.
Physical locks can be bypassed too.
Sure, but at least that takes time.
Alright, what do we got? What if I press? What is this? Do all the doors require keys? Let's press, let's press. Get back here, Emma. I got rocks. I have rocks for you. Oh, she'll be coming up. I'm pretty sure.
Is there any way to unlock that front door without his key?
I mean, you could use a spare, right?
Is there any way to lock that front door without its key?
Yeah, but the technique's real complicated. You walk out and let it shut behind you.
That door is designed to lock behind you automatically?
It's a selling point for a building designed to be secure.
Alright, so we got one. What would we get from the night's weather? I don't think we would get anything, right? The alley. Yeah, that's the only logical one that I'd choose.
That knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there.
Yeah. Seemed like not everyone did their job.
Did you do yours? Was the alley monitored around the clock?
It was.
Any disturbances to the scene in the alley?
No, none.
Actually, the dumpster looked like it was moved, right? Wasn't there like traces of the dumpster being moved? Yeah, right. So let's press. I mean, this has to be a press one.
So there was no opportunity for someone to plant that knife there after the crime occurred. Not even a new one?
There were cops coming and going all over. Why don't you ask them if we went around planting evidence?
What? That was wrong? No way.
We did our damn job.
Right, as expected. Accusing a witness of corruption without strong evidence wasn't exactly a safe bet.
I wasn't accusing them of corruption. I was accusing them of moving, like the alleyway being moved. Okay, the night's weather then. Did it rain? I think so? I forget.
It was a warm night, I bet. I'll bet.
You asking me about the weather? Not exactly grade A small talk.
Relevance, Your Honor.
I was trying to be polite, but if you insist. Were the windows open in the building when you arrived?
There's a lot of windows. Not sure.
The crime scene and the room directly below it. Were there windows open?
Yes, those windows were open when Zionist arrived.
Strange. Thế hồi nay
That drizzle was over before 9 p.m. And even if it had been a downpour, it's not a crime to risk getting your windowsills wet.
Alright, so the building wasn't completely sealed by the time you got there.
I knew it. I mean, we hit 21 already, so stay.
Sent you. It was very enlightening conversation. But it raises just one question. Whoever could have gotten inside the building before Chopin and Rogers. Blackjack.
The hell are you talking about?
Your Honor, perhaps Counselor Morgan might narrow down her absurd, attention-grabbing claim first, so that the people can properly eviscerate it.
Yeah, what she said.
Someone got into the building before Chopin and Rogers did. That's become obvious.
What are you talking about? The only way into that building was through the front door. Alvin had to shoot it down. Are you suggesting that he didn't even try turning the handle first?
Nice shot. Alright. The front door wasn't locked. Actually, let's put down a save. I just want to put down a save just in case. I mean, we're on high roller mode too, so it's... Alright, raise. The front door wasn't locked. I mean, if we raise this, there's really no proof that the door wasn't locked. If we say the door was locked, then that is... I think we're trying to go for somebody unlocked it. Somebody within either Cyanus or the Blue Bloods. Perfect. Yeah, so we're gonna go stay, right?
No. The door was definitely locked when those two arrived. This witness has specified that the door is designed to lock itself automatically. So, it's impossible for the door to have been left unlocked.
As you say, but in that case, if we know that a front door was locked all night, Creek's body on the third floor. Oh, we know that a master key was found on Creek's body on the third floor. Then where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say anyway?
Just said they used a spare key.
Oh, a spare key. How convenient. But completely unfounded.
The list just testified that a spare key is the only other way in.
But there's no proof that a spare key even exists.
Probably not, no.
Probably?
So, how about I show the courtroom where it was hidden instead?
Okay, hold on. This kind of stumped me too, so... Oh, it could be the dumpster, right? The spare key at the dumpster? Under the dumpster, maybe? Which is why it was moved. I mean, it's kind of reaching, but you know. Why not? Playing loudly at the crime scene. No, it can't be the sound system. Connects crime scene to room immediately below street ladder. Missing. Let's see here. Where was the spare key hidden? Front door. Master key, spare key.
The dumpster. What is your obsession with presenting evidence found in the garment?
I'm going to ignore that comment. And besides, there wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it.
Alright, even I gotta admit, that's kind of stretching, but we'll go with it.
What? Is that true?
Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what she's talking about.
That dumpster has clearly been moved, as indicated by the markings left behind from dirty rain in the lower wards.
We can all see those marks, counselor, but it could have been moved at any point after the last time it rained down there.
They also mentioned that this dumpster doesn't get picked up either. So it is odd that it's moved. Okay.
The news just testified that the last time it rained was 9 p.m. on the night of the murder.
So, what? Your claim is that a spare key to the front door was left underneath the dumpster?
That's so dissimilar from leaving a spare key under an audit plants.
Learn how to sit in stone. Or a Biwa statue.
This isn't anything like either of those examples. That dumpster is massive, and its wheels are long gone.
Correct. So if anyone had moved it after police had arrived, the cops definitely would have heard it. If it was moved after the rain stopped and before Chocolate and Rogers got there, that narrows it down to sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. And of course, someone would only bother to move a dumpster that heavy when they knew what they'd find underneath it. Someone like...
No. Maybe. No. No. Because Choppin' and Rogers... Hold on. Chop and Rogers went in together, right? Hold on. I have to see the evidence again. I have to see Roger's testimony. Makoto's testimony. Miller's autopsy. Sasuke's sword. The autopsy. Where is... Did I miss it somewhere? Hold on. London's testimony. Window, Manab, Chopin's autopsy, Creek's data pad, cut bindings, dark card, dumpster, fire escape, Han's card, medical records, Miller's autopsy, needle gun, Redding, Sasuke's sword, Trey's autopsy. What? I don't see it here. Front door, the automatic lock card, lock is currently damaged. Where's it at? I don't have Roger's testimony here. I thought I would have it. Windows, my knife, Creek's datapad, Chopin's autopsy, cut bindings. Fire escape, front door, Han's card, London's testimony, Mag US. Medical records, Miller's autopsy, needle gun, Redding, Sasuke's sword, Trey's autopsy. Ha! It really isn't here. The reason why I want to look at Roger's testimony is because I wanted to see how Chopin got in. Oh no, they went in together, but Rogers was left on the first floor. Yeah. So it has to be Han. Can't be Tank because he's already dead. Can't be Creek because he's dead. Chopin went in together with Rogers. The only logical one would be Han.
It had to be fun, of course.
Counselor?
As a known associate of the Blue Bloods Mafia, and an employee of the security company who installed the front door at the crime scene, he had known exactly where to find the spare key. That dumpster also happens to be incredibly heavy. I don't believe this witness's log documentation has been submitted to the court. Could you estimate to us your approximate lifting strength?
You lift with your back, not your arms, lady.
She shrinks then.
Me? I couldn't touch over a flower. That is, you were just bullshitting. There was no proof for any of what you said.
We could check your fingerprints on the front door.
You'll find them because I've used it plenty of times. It's my job.
We could check your fingerprints on the dumpster.
Ooh, that thing's filthy. You get nothing but partials from a bunch of unlisted and addicts and whoever else stumbling around in that alley.
Heavily.
don't know. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw that crime scene. And how I might have stepped out into the alley to catch my breath. Would you believe I rested my hand on that dumpster then?
This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan cannot substantiate our theory because the fact is, there's nothing strange about Hans prints being on any centimeter of that building. Not when she's spent nearly 2 full days patrolling it.
True. Fingerprints won't be enough. I need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing.
What?
Hank was there that night. He was there before the police ever were. And she was there long before cyanide showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now.
How?
Exactly.
What?
I'm going to prove how she got there before the police did.
Oh, the silent alarm. She did the silent alarm. That was Han's phone, and we just triggered the silent alarm. Ooh, she's snapping.
What the hell was that?
Adonai, did you really have to do that again?
Right, she triggered the silent alarm, which is us. It's silent to us, but not to androids. Oh, right. The judge heard it too, right? Yeah, the judge heard it too, because she's an android as well.
What is happening right now?
This is a simple whistle. Every time I press it,
Yeah, the androids could hear it.
every ad in the color room picks up a rather nasty frequency. As does any phone with the proper receiver app installed. So, should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor?
You brought that bit into the courtroom?
Where exactly was this whistle sound?
At the scene of the crime, of course.
Near where Creek's body lay.
Alice must have disregarded it as a keychain or toy. Didn't anyone ever teach them that when you find a button, you should press it?
I mean, pressing a button could be a bad thing too. What if it triggered an explosion?
That's the exact opposite of what you should do at a crime scene.
Yesterday, Dr. Sato testified that Creek was alive for several minutes before being shot. If he pressed his whistle even once in that time, the witness's phone would have stated started getting alerts. As I've demonstrated to the court just now. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Han? If someone install the app on your phone as a prank,
Its reception has a limited range.
the rewards is a tight-knit, high-density community. How could you admit it?
Bahar, I wasn't in the area that night.
It doesn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor. The defense claims that Han entered the building with some kind of spare key, letting the front door lock behind her to block Shahin and Rogers. But those two officers did enter after they shot the lock, at which point they didn't run into the witness.
The police shot around 9:45 p.m. Considering the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, he would have only been a few steps ahead of Shahin and Rogers.
After coming so far with your brilliant spare key deduction, are you now going to claim that she simply ran away?
No. At that point, it would have had to be had to hide.
Alright, what do we got? How could Han have hidden from Chopin and Rogers? Oh, in the room below! Because remember, the ladder connects to the room below, right? No, not front door. First floor vault. Wait. Requires a skeleton key. Only no entrance locked. Oh, they didn't give us that option, but... So, if she was up there, it's impossible to get to the dumpster, right? Unless she jumped down, which wasn't the case, right? Says, how could have Han hidden from Chopin or Rogers? I mean, first floor vault? Only one found, unlocked by London and Reyes, requires skeleton key. It was unlocked. First floor vault?
Since they didn't see her, logically we must conclude that she hid in one of those rooms on that floor.
That is logical, but it also entirely conjectural.
Not this time. Detective London's testimony established the possibility. Remember what I did Detective London testified earlier?
Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked.
Can you teach me how to speak blanks out loud later?
Right.
Two police detectives have sworn that one dress on the first floor was found unlocked. Unlocked, perhaps by a spare master key?
Is that some kind of big deal?
I mean, I think it just proves the point that there was a spare key, right?
Your Honor, what Counselor Morgan is proposing would put the witness behind Officer Chopin and Rogers as they proceeded upstairs.
not a bad place to be. If you want to do some backstabbing,
You gotta be shitting me.
That's some creative geometry you're employing, counselor. Imagining the witness as somehow getting position behind Tariq Chopin, yet somehow remaining invisible to the eye of Officer Rogers.
that's...
Euclidean crime scene recreation. Very novel.
Your insult sounded really smart, so I'm inclined to agree.
I thought I had something, but when I tried to put the cards on the table, Uncle Han had gotten behind Chopin on the third floor. Was Rogers distracted at the window, maybe? Or... Wrong question. I'm getting ahead of myself. Trying to work backwards at this point. I shouldn't ask what Han could have done to get in a position where she was not able to kill Chopin. I should first ask what Han would have done to serve her own interests. Your Honor, there's some testimony I'd like the court to hear once more. If you could access the stenography protocol.
The what protocol? Was I supposed to be?
Excuse me. Oh.
Was I supposed to be taking minutes for this meeting?
I can't recall any testimony you want to review, Adonai.
If Han won't self-incriminate, then the only testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be...
Thank you, Ocean. Wait. Alright. What do we got? I don't think it's London's testimony. We're talking about a time that Han was there. Han, Rogers, and Chopin, right? So London's testimony wouldn't make sense, right? 1 second. So yeah, I don't think it's London's testimony. Because, hold on, what we're trying to prove here. If Han wasn't self-incriminating, the only testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be... This is a hard one because 2 people were there at the time. Sasuke and Rogers. But the thing is... Okay, so we could take London's testimony out because we're trying to prove that she was there, and unfortunately London wasn't there at the time. Sasuke was still tied up, I believe, right? At the time of the thingy. He was still tied up in that room. Come on. Where is it at? Vault door. Utilize the physical key like all the others. Nothing suspicious was found in this. Okay, that's still locked. Wait, where's London's testimony? Shopman's on shop C. As we saw, okay, here's London's testimony. Detective London testified that he and Detective Reyes arrived at the second pair of officers. Rogers had already apprehended the suspects, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. How does that even make sense? All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. How does that even make sense? That's the confusing part. How does that make sense? Yeah, the only one that we got is London's testimony. I wanna rule London out, but he's the only one that secured the first floor. Which is, I think, why they put his name on the list, but I don't think it's London's testimony that we have to go by. Han was self-incriminating. The only one testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be... Okay. I want to rule out London because he wasn't there at the time, right? Sasuke would be ruled out because he was tied up at the time, right? So he wouldn't have known. The only one would be Rogers. But what would Rogers' testimony give us? Let's go with Rogers.
Recite Rogers' testimony from yesterday. Sometime after they entered the building.
What are you fishing for?
We hadn't allowed slam. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead.
That's it. The sound Rogers heard from the alley. The one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. That must have been when Han...
A loud thud. Hold on. The sound Rogers heard from the alley, the one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. Wait. We heard a loud slam. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay as he goes ahead. That's it. The sound Rogers heard from the alley. The one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. That's confusing. I don't think it's moved the dumpster, right? Explosive knife or landed on dumpster. But if she landed on the dumpster, then she couldn't have killed Chopin then, right? Because that indicates that she was escaping. The window was opened. Huh. This one's hard. Because it says the sound from the alleyway. There's only two things that can do that, the dumpster or the thingy. But if we're trying to go the route that she killed Chopin... Hold on, I suppose... Wait. I should first check what Han would have done to serve her own interest, Your Honor. Huh. Because then it's a matter of who killed Chopin, right? Dispose the knife? Loud thud. Huh.
Of course, that was the sound of her tossing the knife into the trash.
Drama.
Did she tie it to a set of symbols first?
Okay, so it's probably her dropping onto the dumpster.
The sound Rogers heard from the alley, the one that made shot run up to form a pincer. The sound of the officers heard was that of someone fleeing the scene, out the window, down the fire escape, and onto the banister. It's a middle-aged Rob. Even a dinky suspect would make quite a racket using the dumpster lid to break their flaw.
Your Honor, if we have to entertain this thread of conjecture, why don't we at least ask for proof that it ends somewhere impactful?
I hear ya. Counselor Morgan, take this one seriously.
You're telling me that?
What exactly are you accusing this witness of?
Are you prepared to accuse Han of having murdered Terry Chopin?
So there's a flaw to this because they heard the thud. Chopin went up because he heard the thud. So the question is, who killed Chopin then? So no, we're not accusing them of right? Because Chopin went up because he heard the thud. Wait. Was it that? Hold on. We heard a loud slam. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay and goes ahead. Yeah, because they heard the thud afterwards.
It's my series, right? Then it was the sound of Hans fleeing the scene that caused the cops to split up. In other words, at the time she left, Chopin was still alive. No, she's been uncooperative and has lied on this witness stand, but she didn't tell anyone.
Woof! That was anticlimactic. I mean, from the jury? Who even cares?
Perhaps now, Your Honor, the court didn't act on fact and bring this witness's testimony to a close. And considering the fact that she may very well have perjured herself, I think it might be a better use of the court's time if we cleared the room for the remainder of this witness's testimony.
No objections, Your Honor.
Okie dokie. Bailiffs, clear the gallery and remove the defendant to a holy room.
You're forcing us out? What the hell?
Hey, tag along, would you?
With Sasuke?
Can't let someone with a concussion fall asleep, right?
I am certainly not still concussed at this point.
See? He's delirious. Trust me.
Very well, Adonai. Good luck.
What's gonna happen? What's happening? Even I'm confused of what's happening.
Please send these out faster than I thought.
No gallery, no jury live feed, no bells and whistles. You just give your testimony to the defense, the people, and God. Then, when you're done, I get to watch them argue over whether or not I should add it to the record.
So, you think I got something contentious to say? Sorry, but it's just gonna be more of the cold shoulder.
What I say is that you're scared.
The hell? Oh, what? Who? You?
An audience.
Oh, because like an assassination attempt, maybe? Maybe that's why they cleared it out? To prevent an assassination? Would make sense, because she would say something, right? And then they would assassinate her. Or about to say something. Okay, that makes sense.
Like the case? You think I give a shit what any of them thinks, says, does?
Even if any one of them might lead what you say back to the old guard.
What's an old guard?
The ruling faction among the Blue Bloods, who use young bloods like this witness as their cannon fodder.
Where'd you learn all that? You been a late dine special?
Knowing Emma, he just learned all this from.
Matter of fact, I did.
Regard knows where my loyalties lie. I'm no snitch.
So now there's someone to snitch on.
They kind of got her there.
I don't help state prosecutors, but I definitely don't help Italian lawyers.
The door's already emptied out. We can sit here in silence if you like. 15 minutes of nothing, and then you walk out. But when you do, someone's gonna make assumptions about what went on in here.
Telling me I'm screwed if I do, screwed if I don't, ain't exactly got me feeling.
Saucy didn't kill Creek. Though Jimmy said that out loud. Maybe you don't care if an Italian dog goes down for crimes he didn't commit. But how do you feel about the person who did put the hole in Creek's chest, toasting to the news of the verdicts?
Right. This goes back to, wouldn't you want the actual person who did it, the actual guilty person, like, punished if it comes to light that the person that you're going against is innocent, right?
Screw this. 9:47 p.m. Night of the murders. I got the alarm on my phone. Knew it was Creek, cause the whistles all had specific frequencies. You gotta set them into your device if you wanna listen for them. Creek had nerves like ice. Strong bluffer. Wouldn't press that button unless he absolutely had to. I ran. Was fastest that way, on foot. Usually is, in the lower wards. I knew where the spirity was. I'll set up the whole damn place. Doors, keys, soundproofing. Stepped inside, and had just gotten my phone light out when those two idiot cops came up. Reds and blues. But no siren. Trying to be some kind of movie shit. I thought they were gonna shoot me. Then I heard chopping, getting ready to break the lock, and I knew they were gonna shoot me. Use the spare key on the nearest vault. Dicked inside and prayed they would just head straight upstairs. Lucky for me, they did.
Wait. So if she went into the vault door, then what was that thud sound? Because that indicates that she didn't go upstairs. That indicates that she went inside the building, heard the cops coming in, trying to break the lock, then she went into the vault door on the first floor. So then, where'd the thud come from? Huh.
You followed after them?
That's suspicious, right?
At a distance, but yeah, saw their boots on stairs, their shoulders around corners. They split on the second floor, One went upstairs. He was quiet. Said, with that squeak on the floor the set.
Huh, I wonder if that's important in any way.
Creek used to joke that was a valuable security feature.
I highly doubt she had like a romantic thing with Creek too, because she has apparently a preference for women, right? As far as we see. I mean, they did mention that they could be good friends, because they mentioned like the what are they called again? The lower bloods or whatever, or like tight knit because they've gone through like trauma, so they could be good friends.
Unless a creep used to joke that was a valuable security feature.
So the creak on the stairs is a security feature? Interesting. I wonder how that plays out, though. It's a mask to cause confusion. No, maybe. I don't know. I think she does prefer women, though. I don't think she'd probably be lying about it. But you might be right, Ocean. We might find out later. We'll see. But I don't think she killed Chopin, though. I don't think she did. Because that's the main thing that we're trying to figure out right now. Who killed Chopin? Because we already know who killed the other 4. We already know who killed the other 4. We were there. But Chopin's case, we don't know. I don't think she killed Chopin, though. Who knows? Maybe she's bi. Maybe. I mean, that's maybe.
They separated on the second floor without any coffee.
Other one was something around the second floor, so I was able to keep my distance. Anyways, knew exactly where that one was.
Wait a minute. Stomping around? Doesn't that indicate that he was walking around? But did Roger say that he was just there the whole time, like just standing there, or was he stopping? I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe she was having a double relationship. Yeah, maybe.
Then, one counted down. He shouted.
Did Rogers mention that? No, Rogers didn't mention the shouting. I'm trying to remember like Rogers' testimony. I don't think he shouted. He mentioned the shouting.
Saying that everyone was dead.
Nah, he didn't, right? So that puts more suspicion on Rogers again. Like, I thought he wasn't suspicious, but now, like, after his testimony, I didn't think he was more suspicious, but now I'm thinking he's more suspicious.
That must have been Alvin, just before Sasuke snuck up on him.
I liked Creek. His boys were alright, too. But I did not want to join them in Red Hood's company.
Wait, what does that even mean? What does that mean? Because this whole time I've been assuming that Red Hood was Morgan. Because they mentioned like Red Hood is like, I don't know, a story or whatever, like a tale or in the streets or something like that. Red Hood's company.
So, I didn't risk sitting around a second longer. I opened that window on the second floor and jumped for the ground.
Oh, that's the thud. Okay. Wait, jump for the ground, not the dumpster. Second floor? But she was in the first floor vault. This is confusing.
I was willing to hurt my knees, fall on my ass if I had to. But I ended up smashing the dumpster instead. Guy on the second floor shouted after me, "They're in the alley."
See, Rogers didn't mention that. Huh. So, suspicion's back on Rogers.
I heard the windows slide open above me, with steps on the fire escape. But my knees had stopped shaking, and the frog was with me. They never saw me.
You were saying you never even set foot on the third floor.
Not until I came back hours later as a cyanist rat. Nah.
Where is this fair she now?
Arm of the bay, at the moment. Hell of a throwing arm, as you can see.
Well, duh. He had 1 IQ, so of course he forgot to mention it. True, true.
I ain't gonna help you go snorkel around for it. If that's what you're asking.
Well, David. The people thank you for your testimony. You've cleared up a number of oddities surrounding this case. Though, none of the answers you provided have changed the fundamental facts of what the defendant is accused of.
Not quite.
She was in and out, counselor. Didn't even set foot upstairs.
I know. Not until she came back to secure the scene, right?
Wait a minute. I'm trying to think of like what they're... let's just keep going and figure it out, I guess.
Out with it, counselor. There's no need for theatrics without a jury or a gallery here.
I'm still here.
I do appreciate the witness being so forthcoming about her first visit to the scene. Now I just need her to explain why she started covering up evidence when she returned.
What are you talking about?
Alright. So I don't think we're here to prove who murdered Chopin. But to find what she did and like maybe the knife. Maybe it like validates the knife, maybe. What evidence did Hun try to hide? Could be the red ink. Why would she hide the knife? scrap of paper? Scrap of paper? What was the scrap of paper? This was at the scene, but the scrap of paper... Hold on. Let's read this. Scrap paper of red with a common type of boot print left on it. From the room directly below the crime scene was missed or misregarded by previous sweepers of building that dismissed it as trash. Having been exposed to natural humidity for some time, the writing is already legible, but a watermark remains visible at the corner. Isn't that like the same as the Redding stuff? Where's the Redding? Organs found at the scene of the crime, mostly blotted out by the blood coming from Chopin's corpse. Apparently contain confidential information of high value, but only the occasional page number, graphic, or name can be spotted. Snippets include... And they were nowhere near his body, so it could be that she hid that in plain sight, pretty much, by covering it in blood. It's either this or this, which is basically almost the same thing. But this is the second time she went there. Couldn't be the knife. Couldn't be this. Found on the second floor below the crime scene, hidden by trash. Oh boy, that's why documents hard to copy, easy to destroy. Maybe this one. Because this would indicate that she had to go back the second time back to the second floor, right? Which wasn't the case. So it has to be this, right?
Highly convenient and illustrating documents were completely unreadable by the time the scene was secured.
Because that is how written documents are designed, counselor.
Okay, so it has to be this other one then. This one. Yeah.
Why go to such efforts to hide one small scrap of paper?
What is that? More trash? Seriously?
That's exactly what it is. Garbage. Some idiot knocked over a trash can on the second floor. It's a big building, and stuff happens.
Say you don't want to answer. That's okay. I will. You covered up that scrap of paper because it implicates you as an accomplice.
Do you see that coming?
Because it's nonsensical, Your Honor. Counselor, you just got done explaining how Han arrived after the pawn was killed and left before Chopin died.
Glass has an accomplice to murder. Just the mafia equivalent of leaking government secrets. Even though the papers were almost entirely illegible, it only took 4 characters for the He-492 plan to blow up in court yesterday. Years of blue blood planning all down the drain because Frank was reading something she shouldn't have when he died. But if he shouldn't have had it in the first place, one has to wonder where he might have gotten it.
Was Han the one that... Maybe Han's the one that got it for him? Which would make sense because she tried to get rid of the evidence, right? Which severs connections to those documents to her.
All because of that one goddamn watermark.
Identical to the one on your own business card.
Zionist security. You leaked the red ink?
Creep never asked nobody for nothing. Dumbass was a giver. Gave money, food, blood, more than any of us. Enough that the weaker ones wouldn't have to get stuck. Guy like that came to a two-faced con hostess like me and asked for help.
That red ink is radioactive. Anyone caught with it? Why would she ask you for it?
But God knew Creek was charismatic, brave, smart. Everything they feared in a young blood. But they also knew Creek made them too much money for them to just off. So, the old guard decided to wear them down instead. More jobs than any other crew, more responsibilities, less downtime, no sleep. Keep them too tired to have time to rebel, then wait for them to screw up. So, you can make an example of them when they do. Managers would do the same thing when a host got too full of themselves. Started thinking they were the ones bringing in the money. They were the ones who should take it. Just put them on the grind. Grind them into dust. One old bastard had them trying to grab that kayak kid, or whatever. At the same time, another expected them to do some kind of arms flayed off through a big shot.
Ah, that's the mask.
Okay. At least that was the rumor. Look, point is, Kraken knew they had a target on their back already, so they wanted some kind of deterrent. They could have dropped that red ink into any inbox in town, like a tactical nuke, if they had to. But maybe that's why they fired their missiles first.
You think the old guard killed Creek?
This is pretty crazy, considering Morgan is the one that killed them. Well, what if there's a twist at the end that, I don't know, they gave Morgan a request as Red Hood? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there's a twist coming at the end. Because how did Morgan get involved in this? Not as a lawyer. I'm talking about as a killer. Right?
I don't think it was that pretty boy Hound nursing those broken bones. Did he off the chopping guy though? I mean, I'd kill a stuck-up, spoiled prick like that for no motive, so...
What a way to admit that you would kill somebody.
Did that answer your question, counselor?
Most very one. When did this scrap of paper arrive on the second floor?
Wasn't there when I ran out the window.
It was dark, and you were panicked. How could you even notice?
And it was white.
If you had seen it, would you have taken it?
You did it? Yeah, of course I would have taken it. Would have eaten the damn paper to make sure.
Why didn't you simply eat the damn paper later, when you did see it?
Removing an item from an arc-scan building would set off any number of red flags. And the first thing that would happen is they'd wind the clock back to see what it was.
I see what I did. Look back to see how the hell I missed it. But the damn thing was in every pic the arcs had, right from the beginning. Knocking over trash to hide it was the best I could do. Lower war survival tactics. Hide in numbers.
If this flat wasn't on the second floor when you left, but it was on the arcs from the start, that leaves Rhea's body cam saw it by the second floor windowsill. The one that connected to the fire escape.
Your Honor, I believe we're done with this witness, even though all we've managed to establish is that...
Here we go.
That someone went from the third floor to the second floor without taking the stairwell.
Right, because that establishes the fact of how Rogers came upstairs, how somebody killed Chopin and escaped from that room without running into Rogers, if we're to believe that Rogers is still innocent.
Someone circled around.
You got all that from one paper? Am I stupid?
Just because those papers originated on the third floor. If that square was found by the windowsill, someone could have taken a fire escape.
Oh, that piece of paper got stuck on someone's foot. And then it landed in the second floor, I guess, or whatever. Right.
Exactly.
Could have. Someone could have. But obviously, they didn't. Because then they would have run right into...
Dr. Sato!
Oh, Dr. Sato's done with the forensics, I think is what the judge is trying to say, the adjutant.
She has some evidence, or DNA, or whatever. Maybe even an updated autopsy report, if you even care. Should we let her in?
Your Honor, you're the one overseeing the trial, so
I can cry if I want to. Open her up. And take the flirt out.
Hey, Miss Morgan. That Italian dog didn't kill Creek's pod.
No, he didn't.
You gonna find out who did?
I mean, realistically, it's not our job to find out who did. Although it would help Sasuke's case. The main thing we gotta do is prove that Sasuke was innocent. If we did find who killed his pod, maybe it would clear his innocence a little more. Unfortunately, we know who killed his pod. And unfortunately, we can't admit that either.
Not your job, Guess I deserve that.
finding Creek's killer is not technically my job either, Han.
Wow. Yeah, because Emma's job is to find Chopin's killer. But that's kind of a way of saying that Creek's pod was not that important enough. That's kind of fucked up.
But if they're brought before me, I can promise I won't hold anything back.
Appreciate your sentiments, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. And I won't tell any of the other young bloods to hold theirs.
Alright. Dr. Sato. I don't think I have a voice set up for Sato, so we'll just use this one.
Lots of news to break. I'll leave the interpretation of the good and the bad to you two.
One second. Alright, let's do this.
That's cool. Just imply I'm the ugly inside.
Thank you, Ocean.
Counselor Morgan's hypothesis stands. This knife neck is Miller's entry wound. Well, how about that?
The irony.
And it matches the wound better than the katana, considering what we discussed yesterday. I'd be ready to say this is definitely the murder weapon used to stab Miller.
But
I've had no more luck with DNA testing than Sarah did. You weren't able to get anything? Nothing in the range of admissibility. However, like Sarah, I was able to perform blood type analysis on the blade. And while I also found AB negative and B negative samples on it, I found one more blood type on it as well. A positive.
Whoa. Who's A positive? It can't be Morgan, right? It can't be Morgan. Wait, didn't Morgan kill some guy for his dark card? Right? She killed the guy before this, before she committed the murders. I wonder if that's the blood of that guy. Because I don't think we know how Morgan killed that guy. We just know that she killed him and took his dark card. Oh boy. Interesting.
3 people cut with 1 knife. This can't be hygienic.
As long as you don't stick it in your mouth, you should be fine.
A positive blood? Who was there that night that had A positive blood?
Ooh, this is a mistake on Morgan's part. Yikes. Unless there is somebody with A positive blood.
Your Honor, these findings bring a rather alarming fact to light. If Dr. Sato believes that Miller was most likely stabbed by this knife and not the katana, that means that this knife was also the source of Miller's blood on Sasuke's bindings. So either my client killed 4 men while cycling between a gun, a sword, a bat, and now a knife, with his wrists tied together, all before ever setting aside to get his bindings. Or he was still in activity when the Blue Bloods were killed.
But wait, that almost sounds like...
An alibi from 4 out of 5 murders.
That is not an alibi, Your Honor. Second. Alright.
Now an increasingly strong shadow of a doubt.
The jury can decide that for themselves. The facts surrounding Terry-chan's death still stand. Sasuke Ikaria was the one living individual in the room. Was the only living individual in the room Chan was killed in. Sasuke Ikaria is the only person with his fingerprints on the katana. Something he corroborated with his very own testimony just a short while ago. And the defense is theorized. Fleeing suspect has already been revealed as incapable of committing any of these crimes.
Yes. Unfortunately, the people's case against my client, there's evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chapin died. Alright.
You gotta like how Morgan just like totally ignored the A positive. It's like A positive. No. Let's get back on this. Cause yeah, I have a feeling that A positive is the person that Morgan killed for the dark card. Hold on, let's see. Chopper must have been stabbed with the katana. Crime scene connects to room immediately below street ladder missing. Arrested with numerous injuries on left hand, finger bruises, and welts otherwise. So what are we trying to prove here? Wait, what does Chopin's autopsy look like? Summary of medical examiner, cause of death, retrocardiac stab wound, posterior. Death was instantaneous. Police 6 Mountain reported cardiac activity cessation at 10:14 p.m. Subject was stabbed, impaled from behind with a large bladed instrument approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick, which shows unusual pattern of aggravation as if the blade was jostled within the wound cavity. Post-mortem. Wait. A positive. Okay. A positive. Right here. Okay. So maybe the A positive thing is actually a good thing for us. Because, look, A positive blood type. Okay. How do I... Is this it? Eh? Wait, so why are we covering Khan?
The knife that Dr. Sato just confirmed was used on Miller?
Very likely used to kill Miller, yes. But definitely used to kill Chopin.
Right, okay, so the A positive was actually a good thing for us. Okay. I thought Morgan slipped up there.
What? What are you going on about?
Blood side A. Chopin is the only victim with A positive blood. Even mine might associate as AB negative blood. Yet, Dr. Sato just showed us that A positive blood was found on his knives.
That blood could have come from
nowhere but a single fatal wound identified on his autopsy.
Chopin's blood was all over that scene. That knife could have fallen into it at any point.
Not at any point, no. This knife was removed from the crime scene and never seen by the arts. That means it had been moved into the alley before Detective Reyes arrived on the 3rd floor.
But Shotgun was impaled by the sword. We've all seen it.
Yes, but not fatally.
Yeah, the sword was put in there post-mortem. Had to be. After he died.
How could that sound not be fatal?
Because it was post-mortem. Yeah, exactly what I said. The fact that it looked like it had been jostled around, yeah. I guess they were trying to maybe make it seem...
Oh. I guess they were trying to make it seem like it wasn't a knife, but it was a sword, so they jostled it around, maybe. Unless they stabbed him and jostled the knife.
You're basing this on the blood.
Usually closely follows a stabbing. Yeah.
It's the amount of blood, Your Honor. In Alien doesn't leave much blood at the scene because the weapon acts as a stalker.
Ah, okay. You're making sense because Chopin's blood was all over, right?
I assume the amount of blood at the scene was the result of the sword being jostled afterwards, because the wound had been aggravated. But this knife turns that idea on its head. Yes, Chopin was stabbed in the heart, from behind, but it was most likely with this knife. He collapsed on the floor, dead. When the knife was removed, and his corpse was impaled with the sword in the same wound, leaving a mark on the floor. The sword was only then moved around, increasing the wound size and masking the initial knife's entry wound.
While utterly soaking the floor in blood. It's a possibility.
If I may, Your Honor, this may be just a possibility, but it's a possibility that makes the most sense to me. It explains the irregularities with the victim's substantial blood loss, the pattern of the wound, and the indentation on the floor.
It might make medical sense, Dr. Sato, but the sequence of actions you described are not those of a rational human.
Plus, wanting to frame Sasuke for the murder seems pretty reasonable. And scanning the corpse with his katana would be the best way to do that.
Ooh. Ooh. They didn't need the katana to frame Sasuke. They needed the katana to frame Sasuke. Yes. They needed the katana to frame Sasuke, because why would they get rid of the evidence of the knife and switch it with the katana? One sec. Right? Because, like, what would be the point of getting rid of the knife, the actual murder weapon, and switching it with the katana? Yeah. So, they needed the katana to frame Sasuke.
You make a strong argument, Dr. Sato. In order to frame my client for Chapin's death, they'd have to put his fingerprints on the murder weapon, the knife. They wouldn't need to stab the corpse with Sasuke's katana. They could have just put the knife in his hands. Ow!
Swapping out the murder weapon and disposing of the knife is 2 to 4 times as much work. That many more chances to make a mistake. It's nonsensical.
Stabbing Chapin's folks with the katana didn't help them frame Sasuke. So what did it achieve?
It made a big mess some poor schmuck would have to clean up.
It's the documents. He bled all over the documents, and now they're illegible. But the thing is, why? Huh.
Yes, that's... Chapin's blood nearly destroyed all the red ink dots at the sea. But who says that's a coincidence? What if Chapin was stabbed twice? Just so that his blood would cover up the red ink dots.
This is insane.
Makes sense to me.
No, not your logic for the stabbing. The idea of yours that Tariq Chapin was part of some kind of conspiracy to defraud the city.
Agreed. That is insane. I believe just the opposite.
You what?
Tariq Chapin was an unpopular, straight-laced political aspirant. However, as a cop, only to improve his electability. His personality, his family, his goals. He had every reason to blow the whistle on Cop 492.
And just get the whole project canceled.
Leaving the lower woods in an undeveloped lurk. A lot of people would hate to see that happen. A lot of blue bloods. But the son of 2 city councilmen wouldn't care. Anything incompetent like my client would be actively rooting for it.
You think Chapin was murdered just to cover up the fact that Prop 492 had been corrupted?
Just all that money left at the table? All the future money coming down the line? That's a much better motive than...
Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Thank you.
What was it you proposed exactly? That my client saw a police officer and would rather stab him than have to explain why he killed his captors.
Something along those lines.
Gonna grab a snack? Ooh. Alrighty.
So, what is going on now? Did Sasuke do it or not?
That will be cleared up in a very short while, Your Honor. with the help of our final witness.
Who's our final witness? If it's our final witness, then maybe it's the real culprit.
So, Yoru wasn't even really used to frame me. It was used to draw more blood from the wound to soak the papers.
A very cold decision to make in the heat of the moment. Defiling a corpse just to protect investments?
Other than stabbing someone in the back.
In some ways.
Didn't think that was up for debate.
Thank you for joining us once again, Officer Rogers.
Oh, so maybe Rogers is the one that did do it. Because his testimony was off by a lot.
No problem. Where is everybody, though?
Well, after the hitting yesterday, I'd rather not risk the integrity or celerity of this trial by restraining every member of the gallery when I've already cleared the room once.
Celerity?
Speed. Trials gotta go fast, baby. And it takes everyone a while to find their spot in the stands again.
We were almost caught in the line of fire not 24 hours ago, Officer Rogers, yourself included. Surely you don't find the lack of an audience to be intimidating.
Nah, guess not.
Where'd we leave off with this guy anyway?
I believe that lawyer over there had just accused my late partner of being on the take with the Moonbloods.
I was merely exploring a possibility raised by the witness's sworn statement, Your Honor. That he never heard any gunshots in the area himself.
And I stand by that.
Good.
Does the defense have questions for this witness, Your Honor? Or should we all continue to glare at one another for the rest of the day?
Tempting, but I guess we better not.
Your Honor, we ask that the witness testify once more about how she and his partner arrived on the scene.
Yeah, no problem. I'll repeat it as many times as you like.
I'm gonna have to call you on that.
It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest town, no Orca hotspot, and arrived to find the building dead quiet. The door was locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. So, shot off the lot through the door, and we entered. All was some kind of loud music up the stairs. Then there was a slam, and my partner bolted. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. to find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body.
Adonai, are you waiting for something, perhaps?
Just savoring the moment, I suppose. There's only one thing to do at this point, and once I get a trigger on it, things will really take off.
Alright, let's take a look at this. It was quite the night when my partner for the nearest known Orca. Nearest known. Door was locked. I checked the alley, didn't see another way in. Chopping shot off the lock through the door, and we entered. Felt some kind of loud music up the stairs, and there was a slam. My partner bolted to the third floor. Later, I heard a thud from it was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. The door was locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. Alright, well, let's just start calling. Followed some kind of loud music. Alright, almost forgot the most important news. What's up? About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. To find a defendant. Thud. Thud. Okay. Oh. You press the button. But that was that Roger's phone? Was that Roger's phone? Doctor said I'm healed, no more bandages, surgery anymore. Oh, nice! Congrats, that's good news. Hell yeah.
As I've mentioned, I feel many times by now that is a very unpleasant tone, Adonai.
Sorry, Butterfingers.
Wait, whose phone? Excuse me. Ugh. Was that Roger's phone?
Hasn't anyone ever told you it's in poor taste to use the same trick twice?
It's been a lot more than twice now. And besides, it's only an issue when it's used twice on the same audience. Speaking of which... You gotta answer that, Officer Rogers.
Oh, so it was Rogers that's corrupt? So he... Okay. Wow. The cop killer is a cop. I'll be able to fully focus on the surprise project and bless you. Thank you. Ooh. Surprise project. Sorry. Wonder what that is. But yeah, it looks like Rogers is guilty.
Just to fill you in, officer, what I accidentally pressed just now is a whistle found at the scene of the crime. Weird coincidence that my little slip up coincided with your phone vibrating.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What if... What if it wasn't Choppin that went up the stairs first? What if it was Choppin on the second floor roaming around? And then freaking Rogers was the one that went up first. You forgot, good. Sorry. Head in the clouds and stuff. My brain hasn't been good as of late.
Weird coincidence that my little slip coincided with your phone vibrating. Can you read us a notification you received just now? Or should the poor computer simply force open all your devices and splatter your data across the walls?
Officer Rogers, you have a so-called receiver application installed on that device, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Is that in line with department guidelines on use of third-party software on state-provided devices?
And at the same time, that's all that I haven't mentioned those. It's for a while. Shit. Okay. It's not breaking any regulations.
Does it need to earn you any demerits to make you look guilty as sin? You and your partner, that is. Did Jonathan also have the app installed? You can go check.
If having that app on your phone makes you guilty of something, you'd have to arrest half the cops patrolling the lower wards.
What do you need? It's common knowledge that workers don't.
I wouldn't be surprised if I forgot to. Yeah, he's been busy as of late. He's really busy now, unfortunately. Well, fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know. I'll let him talk about that when he ever gets on, if ever he gets on.
It is common knowledge that orcas use unconventional tactics to talk to one another. Flags on buildings, clothes left out on mines, smoke signals, probably even messenger pigeons.
Where? Don't jump scare me like that. When you got a figure this statuesque, every pigeon is a disaster waiting to happen.
Anyway, whistles like that are uncommon.
So, is it common for members of the police department to try to listen in on the chatter of groups like the Blue Blood Mafia?
Lowering the designed to place a cop walks into without every weapon they can carry.
Oh, she doesn't like pigeons. She probably doesn't like pigeons perching on her.
And that goes double for information.
So there's nothing suspicious about his phone reacting to that normal racket? Adonai, have I had to put up with that noise for nothing?
Not for nothing. The witness is correct, Your Honor. There's nothing suspicious about having the receiver installed on any of your devices, even if you aren't a cop. What's incriminating is the fact that Officer Rogers' device responded to the specific frequency of this whistle. Sorry, officer. The little blue birdie already told the court that you need to input a frequency in order to get alerts for it.
Yeah, I know that. So it was the whole force, in fact.
What?
I see.
The hell is she reading over it?
Officer Rogers, testify about this anonymous tip that the police department received last night.
Oh, sir.
I haven't seen the submission myself, but it came through the department network straight to everyone's inboxes. Be advised, anonymous tip suggesting potential Orca analog chatter at the frequency listed below. Patrol officers in lower wards use this information at your discretion.
That's absurd. What's the point of informing every cop in the city about a secret communications channel? The Blue Bloods would find out their line is compromised within minutes.
Would they? I don't know. I don't control how anonymous tips get handled.
Notice, as soon as you got an email telling you there might be criminal communications occurring at a random frequency, you tuned into it right away.
Oh, you ever heard this? London was in the area. So if they in London?
Oh. So London was in the area. And London's a cop too, meaning if he didn't get that message, Rogers is lying. I think we're gonna bring in London too.
Believe it or not, I'm a little concerned about criminal communications these days. Having seen my partner murdered by an orca right in front of me, barely 24 hours before nearly getting shot myself.
Madam, you saw the moment of your partner's death? That's news to the court. And a liar light your pants on fire.
You know what I mean.
Your Honor, the tip was submitted and the frequency was spread throughout the police department network. Likely because the Blue Bloods believed it to be compromised, having already been used at a scene where 4 of their members died. Officer Rogers may have the receiver app on his phone. But so do many other police officers in the city. The app doesn't provide timestamps of when frequencies are added.
So there's no proof of when his phone first started listening for frequencies. Neither she. Oh,
Neither she nor his partner were members of the organized crime units. Therefore, they had no criminal informants of their own, and they could not have obtained this frequency before the rest of the department. Since the evidence cannot prove that this signal was acquired illegitimately,
I never said I couldn't prove that. Has to be...
Officers couldn't have acquired that frequency. Wait a minute. Datapad, where's the datapad at? A simple datapad with an attachment of processing non-physical information, identification info commonly sold to allow payment processing of unusual rare forms. Besides some partial fingerprints found in partial creeks, Officer Chopin... Actually, those are Creek and Officer Chopin technicians have confirmed that the datapad is locked. Creek's fingerprints, making it difficult for anyone else to use. The dark card is stuck quite firmly into the attached card. Couldn't avoid touching it. Had to at least pretend dark cards would work. No. Wait a minute. No, that has Sinus Securities thing on it. I couldn't have acquired that frequency. Okay. One night, Broken Bat, Creek's autopsy, Needle, sound system, Tank's autopsy, Ball, Chopin's autopsy, Creek's datapad, not Creek's datapad, dark card, dumpster, fire escape, front door, Han's card, London's testimony. I thought it was gonna be London's testimony that'll clear things up. Currently contain confidential information of high value, but only an occasional page. No. The only other thing was the scrap of paper. A scrap of writing document with common type of blueprint left on it, recovered from the room directly below the crime scene, was missed or disregarded by previous sweeps of the building that dismissed it as trash, having been exposed to natural humidity. I'm not sure. Like, the stuff they're giving me, I'm not sure, like, what fits. Okay. Then Chopin. Bravery, posthumous. Father Miguel, Dominic Chopin. Like, none of these make sense. Officers couldn't have acquired that frequency. Oh, it's the gun. I think it's the gun. Because remember, they frisked them. They frisked, Tanks. Or what's his name? They frisked him. It's these two cops that frisked him. Where's the mag guess? Right here. Found on Tank's person. Civilian frisked by officers TC, Tariq Chopin, and Huey Rogers. Report follows. Subject in possession of firearms in violation of parole. Firearms show signs of illegal modification. Subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personal phone. Subject released with a warning in accordance with the police code. Blah blah blah. Personal discretion. Okay. Yeah. This is how they got in contact with him.
Then died. Why?
Not just any gun. A Magus. Legally registered to Anchor 10. And how do I know that? Because this gun was identified and scanned over a week ago, when Tanks was briefly detained by some well-meaning officers on patrol.
That report.
Officers PC and HR reported the following. Subject in possession of a firearm in violation of parole. And subject in possession of suspect communications software installed on personal phone.
She wrote all of that in the reports.
You and your partner found the emergency frequency for Creek's Pod over a week ago by scanning Tank's phone, and sat on it until last night, when you kindly dropped it off in the tin box.
The hell are you even saying? Why would we stop her, get good intel, and keep it to ourselves?
For the same reason your partner might report a generic falsehood over the police network when he already knew exactly where to look. The same reason he'd be ecstatic at finding documents on Block 492 at the site of an orca bloodbath. You wanted your gold stars. You wanted to be first on the scene at the site of a blue blood massacre.
Council is badgering, Your Honor, and losing the mere thread of logic in the process. The previous witness testified that there was, in fact, a silent alarm that night. A silent alarm that needs to be actively pressed. It could only have gone out before Creek's heart stopped. Said witness responded to the alarm by traveling on foot, and yet arrived well before Rogers and Chopin.
The lower was saw our maze light. You could have been closer.
That whistle has a limited range over which it can be received. You propose that Officer Rogers and Chopin were within that limited range at 9:45 p.m., yes? Obviously you do, or else they would never have received that frequency at all.
So, investigations on foot. An individual R is in a police car, and they both receive a signal at the same time, and the train leaves Appletown at 3 p.m.
That seems like an irrelevant factor.
All the court needs to consider is this. could Officer Rogers and Chopin and possibly arrive later than someone traveling on foot if all three were within that range?
Can you write to my geometry teacher that none of this would ever be useful?
This isn't geometry, damn it. It's just logic. That is, they did arrive later than Vaughn. If I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's actions that night, if he was sitting in his police car and suddenly got a notification telling him some blue bloods were having a life or death emergency, how would he react in that moment?
It would seem that the defense does not have evidence available to address this contradiction, Your Honor.
Evidence explaining exactly how Chopin proceeded in the crime scene?
Ooh. Okay. Ooh boy. Okay. Wait a minute. Where's London's testimony? Because London was in the area too, for whatever reason. He and Dr. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect. Sunshine. Tussky score, Trey's autopsy. Oh, not Miller. Parties. Hemorrhaging following detonation of mag rail. Shot from close range, 1 to 2 meter. Ha 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 ha. Oh boy. Cell Corporation Magnus ability. Oh boy. Virtual work release, unlisted withdrawal. I'm kinda stumped. I have that evidence. I don't have that evidence. I don't think I have that evidence. Hold on. Before we proceed, broken bat needles. Let's look at our evidence one more time before we answer. Windows, no. Vault door, no. Chopping autopsy, Craig's autopsy, data pad. Why did Chopin touch this? Fire escape front door. Mag US Makoto's a medical record. There's autopsy, needle gun, red ink, Sasuke's sword, and the vault door. Maybe we don't have anything. Yeah, because we're trying to find... We do not have evidence available to address this contradiction. Evidence explaining exactly how Chopin proceeded to the crime scene. Fuck it. I'll risk it. We'll risk it.
Of course I had evidence that explains this contradiction. I just had to go get it.
Ouch.
Sometimes, living in surveillance police state as it works.
Pardon?
Like, when you want to surveil police officers. The officers' patrol car, their call, their cell phones, traffic cameras, and optics data. I could request any of it. Oh. Your Honor, I formally subpoena all of this.
What?
What?
Can she do that?
I think she can, right? Because remember, the reason why Morgan has the mask is so that cameras won't pick her up. And there's like cameras all over the city, right?
I'm not sure. I'm still learning.
Rose's drunken swipe at my front door reminding me exactly how much power the police has. But it was her dutiful begging in that made me realize just how hard it is to lose a cop in this city. What am I supposed to answer this question for the court? After Officer Chopin reported that he heard shots fired at 9:45 a.m. Exactly how long did she and his partner do donuts in the parking lot before actually driving off to the scene?
I a little big ask for the defense, but it's entirely doable. Do the people object?
The people, of course, object to any data collection effort that would be a waste of taxpayers' money or a violation of their privacy. So we would prefer that the range of this request be narrowed somewhat. Narrowed perhaps from everything to something.
I used to do that, Your Honor. I promise not to act like a kid in a candy shop when browsing through.
If you do this, if you subpoena that data, you'll just see me driving like a lethargic moron.
Is that guy about to threaten us? Officer Rogers.
He seems different.
Hardly recognize him.
Agreed, but I recognize his type. Soldier.
Your Honor, what the defense is suggesting is largely accurate.
Pardon?
That's a first.
Though, there are some corrections I feel I should make at this time.
No objections here.
Officer Chapman is the one who discovered the frequency when we apprehended Anchor 10. We entered it into both our receiver apps at the same time. Without my knowledge, it wasn't until the night in question that he chose to inform me of the intel he had obtained and how he planned on acting on it. At 9:45 p.m., you received a signal. Before I could react, he had put out a notice on the police network that he had heard gunshots. It was at this time that he told me to drive towards Bleed Blood territory. As he started to explain to me what he believed we would find, I chose to take a suboptimal route. We spent several minutes in traffic as he berated me for my sense of direction.
So, you both knew this silent alarm would lead you to some kind of blue blood emergency?
But only you realize that meant you should take your time getting there.
Logically, a silent alarm is triggered during a confrontation, not afterwards. I had no desire to walk into it with the crossfire of an orphan gunfight without backup.
You could have had backup, easily.
My partner had no desire to share our intel or how we obtained it. I apologize to the court, Your Honor, for being evasive or misleading during these proceedings, and I intended to take full responsibility for doing so. But I was not eager to admit my role, my own cowardice played in these events. Nor would I ever want to imply that Officer Chopper was responsible in any way for his own murder.
Very warm sentiments from the officer.
Delivered with a voice as cozy as ice water.
So, you were telling the court that you and your partner arrived at what you expected to be a bloodbath? And you still shot the lock off the door and started stomping around inside well separated from one another.
I mean, Emma made a good point there. But why?
Respectfully, ma'am, with the route I took and the time it is of us to arrive, we expected to find all time it's neutralized. And that expectation was reinforced when we arrived on the street and found the whole vicinity dead quiet. Yet we were still the first on the scene, in spite of my stalling for time. I think that might have enthused my karma. He was excited, and I let him set the pace. It's my deepest regret that I agreed with his request to split up.
Those two arrived on the scene. We know that wasn't the case. A blue blood got here well before you and your partner.
That's what you were talking about.
The witness wasn't present for that individual's testimony. He's merely giving the facts as he knows them. And he can't have known that there was a blue blood in the building.
On the contrary, you already testified about encountering them yesterday. And they made a not-so-silent retreat down into the alleyway.
That was a blue blood making all that racket. I see. My partner shouted. He shouted that there was someone scrambling around down in the alley not long before he was killed. You must have opened the window on the third floor to check.
That's a new detail, Officer Rogers.
Pardon me if I failed to mention it yesterday.
I mean, that's suspicious, but okay.
It occurs to me you weren't present in the courtroom when this other curious detail was brought to light. The fact that there was another weapon at the scene of the crime.
A bloody knife, which somehow ended up down in the dumps.
Know anything about that?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Brain dumb. Wrong move.
But I do know science is a bunch of amateurs with conflicted priorities.
Explain this to the court then. Forensic analysis has already shown that this knife was the murder weapon used to stab Miller. Getting a healthy amount of his blood on it in the process. It also been established that this knife must have been one of my clients used to cut his own bodies.
If you say so.
The evidence says so.
If the defense isn't interested in asking the witness questions, perhaps they'll answer mine. What does that have to do with Officer Rogers?
Everything, of course. Allow me to show you why.
Alright. What does the knife have to do with Officer Rogers? Arrived second to scene, saw unlocked first floor vault, found Rogers arresting Sasuke. wait a minute. London's testimony. Alright, second. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing Sunshine and I clear the first floor. All the rooms were empty. And then the other one was the silent alarm, which I don't think is it. Right? A whistle of unusual make discovered not far from where Krieg's body was found. Pressing it emits a frequency inaudible to humans but capable of being picked up by many electronics. No. I don't think that's it. And then the second one was the medical report. Where is it? It might be the medical report. Sasuke Ikaria was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in medical transport. Injuries noted at the time, blood from various sources across the anterior front of the body. Numerous bones and left-in hair. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull. Bruising and rope burns on both wrists as if bound. Numerous bruises on the anterior front side of the body. Other blood across the top of feet and pants. A large wound found on the crown of the skull, back of head, near top. At the time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noted, including bruised left eye, busted lip, broken nose, box left ear, blunt trauma to the anterior right side of the head. When or these additional injuries were sustained are not noted. Oh boy. Okay. What does the knife have to do with Officer Rogers? Knife, Miller, cut bindings. Rogers arresting Sasuke. Is it this one? Oh man. I don't think it's the whistle. Alright. I don't think it's the whistle. Let's just do it. But why? Is it this one?
I know for a fact that Sasuke had to use that knife to cut his hand on the bonds. The Detective London has testified that Officer Rogers apprehended Sasuke alone. So why can't the officer who apprehended the man last known to be using this knife tell us how it ended up in the alley?
That is a question well worth asking the witness.
I have no idea what you're talking about. When I found your client, he had the magus and he had the sword. The sword he had stuck through my crime. This knife you're talking about, where did you find it?
In the trash.
Cue Sarah.
Jumped.
Down in the alley? Well, then some Pine seemed tech idiot must have thrown it out, thinking it was bio waste. or some scientist laddie tossed it as a prank. I wouldn't know, because I spent hours being debriefed in that room on the 3rd floor when they set up the arcs. I spent all night in a room with my partner's corpse. Never took a trip down to empty the recycling bin.
We know the knife was with Sasuke at one point, and we know it ended up down in the alley later. So it stands to reason that someone had to walk it downstairs and out of the building. If Rogers never left that room all night, then someone else must have moved it.
He could have dropped it down there. I mean, he could have missed too, but he could have dropped it down there. Screw it. Raise.
Zero points for you.
0 points again.
All that processing power and you can't manage to sink in 3D? It doesn't matter if Oseron stayed in that room all night, Your Honor. All anyone needed to do to dispose of the knife was step out onto the fire escape and...
Yeah, drop it.
Drop the knife down into the barrel waiting below. No need to leave the 3rd floor. No need to leave the crime scene at all, Officer Rogers.
What kind of clear shot of bullshit are you talking about?
That is a long draw, Your Honor.
A straight drop. Gravity is convenient like that.
The target was a small drum in a dark alley.
Said drum was buried when the police arrived. The target would have been plainly lit, and...
I've taken both of your arguments into consideration. After much deliberation, I have come to the conclusion that the proposed method of removing the knife from the 3rd floor is not actually that hard to do. Assuming a modicum of hand-eye coordination and a basic understanding of Newtonian physics.
Well, obviously. Couldn't anyone manage that?
Practice martial artists who are masters of every muscle in their body, individuals like yourself and me, might find it hard to relate. But there are some who would struggle with the task.
Yourself and I. Wait, hand-eye coordination?
Eloquently put, Your Honor. So you must agree that someone with hand-eye coordination so bad that I hold the record for worst marksmanship in the entire police department? Someone with such poor aim that they opted to physically assault the target rather than shoot them. Someone like that might find it impossible to pull that off.
Are you talking about me?
She's talking about me, Your Honor. And while I find her tone unflattering, none of what she said is false. Apologies that dropping the knife from the buyer's feet didn't occur to me as a possibility. It must be that, for me personally, such a method of compromising a crime scene is not only unthinkable, it's impossible.
With all the stupid details coming back and bite me in the ass, the pistol theme that London mentioned.
Is it possible that Officer Rogers faked his poor aim at the academy?
It's easy to not hit your target. But why would he intentionally flunk a shooting test years ago to give himself such a strange alibi here today?
He didn't flunk his test. He got the very lowest score you could possibly get while still being certified.
Good lord, you'd have to be trying to.
Right, he could have purposely done that on purpose. Wouldn't that be even harder to do? Nah.
If his goal was to receive the exact minimum number of points needed to pass, his margin of error would actually be much smaller than anyone simply doing their best.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
But then, what about when he first saw me? It's true that any other cop who saw me standing over their dead partner would have just unloaded. Instead, he ran up and hit me. If he's not actually that bad of a shot, why am I still alive?
That's the story Rogers has been telling so far. But he instinctually didn't bother to fire. His gun wasn't discharged, and Sasuke got him bruises, so he accepted the line of reasoning. But if I assumed he's more dangerous than he's led us to believe, why wouldn't he have just shot Sasuke when he had the chance? He could have told his fellow officers whatever story he liked afterwards.
Right, because if he did kill Chopin himself, and if he shot Sasuke and killed Sasuke, then that's it. He would have gotten away with it. The blame would have gone to Sasuke killing Officer Chopin, and he would have gotten away with it if he killed Sasuke.
And we wouldn't even be having this trial. Exactly. I feared for my life. That's all he needed to say. Under what circumstances would it have been impossible for him to claim that? Your Honor, I'm reminded just now that my clients and the witness were in physical altercation.
I apprehended a murder suspect, yes. Surely you aren't suggesting I use unreasonable force?
If anything, you use unreasonably little. Not at all, but I imagine things happen fairly fast. Isn't it possible that a knife on Sasuke's person may have been knocked away into a corner during that moment?
What are you?
It may have. I can't say that I would have necessarily noticed something clattering onto the floor, but I was trying to cuff a violent
Perhaps, Your Honor, the witness ought to testify about everything he recalls. While from the moment he confronted my clients, jogging his memory might be the only way we can address these gaps in our knowledge.
no objections.
Then let's hear it. Good versus evil. Man versus machine. Cop versus robber.
I'm not a machine or a robber.
Don't worry, Sasuke. If need be, Ad and I would go through a whole trial just to prove you're a machine.
Like the last trial?
What kind of joke is that?
So we got Yoru, Fire Escape, Sasuke's med records. Okay. 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 When the blue blood
went down the fire escape, but then I heard a sickening thump from above on the third floor where I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs where I saw a defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I was shocked, but he was clearly injured and the sword was stuck, so before I knew it, I was running in. He turned to me with a dull shock as I whipped my pistol, but added to his forehead. He collapsed after that, and the room was a mess. My blood was pumping. If he had dropped a knife at the same time, I wouldn't have noticed.
The slightest change in posture, he's telling the same story.
Yeah, he hasn't changed his skin. But he is giving more detail than ever before. And one of those details is about to bite him in the ass.
Alright, when the blue blood flowed down the fire escape alley, I poked my head out before a window. Then I saw a sickening thump from above on the third floor where I knew. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon. I saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I was shocked, but was clearly the sword was stuck. So before I knew it, he turned to me with a dull shock. I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead. He collapsed after that. Into his forehead. No. That's it right there. Because it's the back of the head. Where's the medical record? Bruising rope, turtle bleeding. Oh, there's blood across the top of feet. Largest wound found on the crown of the skull, back of the head. Near the top. Yeah, that's it. Alright. The sword was stuck. I'm shocked. I whipped my pistol butt to his forehead right there.
Sounds very way off to others, but that's physically impossible. How could you have knocked my client out with one strike to the forehead? But it was the back of his head that was injured.
What are you talking about? Yesterday, he had bruises across his entire body.
An exaggeration that doesn't hold up to the scrutiny of his actual medical records. Largest wound found on the crown of the head. The crown, as in the top of the back of the head. The butt of a pistol leaves a surprisingly specific impression on the human body, Officer Rogers. I assume Dr. Sato is still in the building. Perhaps we should call her back and have her examine my client on the stand.
Sasuke, you'll have to remove your shirt.
Yeah. Just wants to see his abs.
To get my headshots.
Counselor Morgan has taken advantage of some rather vague wording in the medical record to make her argument more just wound. But the fact is, the defendant was covered in various bruises all over his body when he was taken into custody, including on the front of his skull.
She's not wrong. I still remember every aid.
It is entirely possible that when Officer Rogers struck the defendant on the forehead, the blow was glancing, but still hard enough to knock the defendant backwards. And had the fallen backwards hard, he very easily could have sustained a large wound to the crown of his head at the moment he hit the ground.
Respectfully, Your Honor, that's
ultimately not something either the people nor the defense are experts on. But even if we were, neither of us could examine wounds that are no longer visible.
Oh, right, because they gave him that shot. Fuck!
Sasuke's injuries, they're mostly healed as of this morning.
I hope that injection helped you sleep really well last night, Sasuke.
Your Honor, as I see it, either we could extend this trial indefinitely, with both the people and the defense fly in X-ray specialists and contusion analysts who argue back and forth about afterlives. Or we could accept that events more or less took place as the witness described. He hit the defendant on the head, and then the defendant fell backwards onto the floor.
The head wounds open to interpretation then.
I don't... At time of booking. But this is Sasuke was apprehended on the scene of crime and produced micro transport. No, that at the time. This bruisings outside of the body. This is body though, not head. Yeah, this just mentions body, not the skull.
I feel this is wrong, but whatever. Compare X-ray witnesses. Let's all just submit the medical data with our own two papers.
Peepers?
Officer Rogers claims that Sasuke was hit on the forehead and fell backwards. But what would he have fallen onto?
In that room? Probably blood and guts.
You were exactly right.
All kinds of firsts happening in the courtroom today.
He would have gotten blood all across his back. But that's not how he looked when he was arrested. The medical report clearly states that he had blood on the front of his body, telling us that Sasuke could only have fallen forward.
And what of it? Maybe he did. Maybe he turned his head weird while trying to dodge. Things happen fast.
Don't try to bullshit a bullshitter. That's enough that you may have, in fact, actually shot my client from behind.
Yeah, maybe.
Took him by surprise when he was no threat to you.
What? No.
Easy target to knock out at that point. Makes sense why you wouldn't use lethal force in that scenario.
No. It was... The guy's got nearly a full head on me.
True.
True.
I don't deny it.
Which makes it highly unlikely the witness could have simply hit him on the crown. If things happened as you say, and he had the element of surprise, you would have simply aimed for the easiest target possible, the one easiest to reach, the center or bottom of the skull.
Not quite.
Excuse me?
I never said that my client was standing up when this happened.
You mean
He was asleep?
Now, considering that he was shot on the crown of his head, it's obvious that at the time, Sasuke Haya was. On the ground? Wait. Where's Sasuke's testimony? Where's autopsy? How does Sasuke explain it? Go inside the room where Sasuke was held still with dried blood and clearly cut with something sharp. Dumpster fire escape front door. Mom's card. Mom's testimony. Medical testimony. Most autopsy needle guns, pack of papers, Sasuke's sword, Trey's autopsy. Ah! Still bound. See, these two would be speculation, right? On the ground, bent over. But if he was still down... Ah. But he had a knife in his hand and he was able to get out. Bent over? Why would you be bending over? I mean, he was tortured. It's okay, ask me how did he see going around? If Sasuke was still down, he'd be easy enough to hit from any angle. But then there'd be no need to capacity in at all. Bent over? My client must have been bent over. He was bent over when the witness came from behind and...
Adonai,
What? Why are you interrupting me now?
because I thought you would want to know you were about to phrase things in a way that would sound very silly.
What are you talking about?
Sarah's right, Morgan. You can let her take this one.
What?
It was when Sasuke bent over to pick up Yoru. As when Officer Rogers struck Sasuke on his crown.
As I said, the one thing I do remember besides walking out there was picking up my sword. Picking it up off the ground.
Having your android argue the weaker points for you now, counselor? Not exactly the bravest tactic.
Tactics are for slashing your breast. What do you claim is weak about the argument?
Positioning. If your client really hadn't walked out of that holding room and was then immediately hit from behind, where could his assailant have possibly been standing?
See, here's the part of the story where I think Rogers went in first. Rogers went in first before Chopin. Chopin was the one that stayed on the second floor, I think. And then Rogers hit Sasuke in the back of the head. Then Chopin comes up, and then Rogers kills Chopin. That's how I think it went down.
Sasuke had to get out of his bindings first and then push open the door. And you wouldn't have been concerned with keeping quiet as you went. There would have been plenty of time for someone to hear him rummaging around in there and figure out where they could hide. So a second. Okay. In the corner of the room here. That doesn't work. Oh.
That doesn't work. If that was the case, your client would have fallen face first. Here. But instead, he was apprehended here, in the center of the room. Hey, makes sense to me. Oops.
That looks like he dropped like a sack of potatoes by the door, sure. But then he was dragged to the center of the room. Oh, would have explained the streaks of blood we can see were discovered on the floor. Yep.
So those weren't left by him, gliding his feet in order to move silently? I was hoping to learn that technique.
I fear the defense may not realize the weight of the implication that her statement carries. If, as she claims, Sasuke Ikaria was knocked unconscious by Officer Rogers the moment he walked out into the ruin,
then my client never had any opportunity to stab, to reach him in the back. And the only remaining individual who could possibly have killed him
Would be me.
Yes. Any thoughts on that, officer?
There is one thought that's been frustrating me for some time, actually. One I expected the prosecutor to voice, but perhaps I misjudged her.
you what?
None of what you're saying makes any sense. You say I hid in the corner to surprise Sasuke, and that I then what? Snuck up on shopping? How can I do any of that if I was downstairs, time Chopin was killed?
Okay, so here's how I thought. Rogers is the first one to go upstairs. Chopin comes up second. What happened, how he stabs Chopin in the back, is that Chopin was looking at the data pad, because his fingerprints were on the data pad that was on the desk. So that's how he stabbed him in the back. That's how I think it went down.
At the same time, Sasuke kills him.
You.
It's not us. Look, that hadn't occurred to Emma, you idiot. Instead, once I address this fully, your entire testimony falls apart. And the truth of the case becomes crystal clear. There's no misunderstanding on my part, and I suspect none of the parts of the people either. Because the truth is, when you and your partner arrived, you must have immediately... You were the one who took point, not your partner.
Excuse me?
Chopin's shadow been locked, sure. I believe that. He was the one all gung-ho about coming there anyway. But after entering, you went ahead of him, while she covered you.
What?
You already told us you wanted to saw. Wait for backup. If Chopin charged forward, you couldn't slow him down. But if you were first, you could go as slowly as you liked, and Chopin would be forced to match your pace. You were the one who cleared the room and shouted down that everyone was dead.
I told you. I testified.
So did your blue blood tail. Testified all about how you and your partner separated on the second floor.
Objection. Mischaracterization of testimony. The witness the defense is referring to did encounter two officers, but the witness never identified either of them.
The blue blood didn't need to. All they were waiting to hear, was whether any blue bloods were arriving. So, after Roger shouted down to Chopin that everyone was dead, they bolted out the second floor window. And when Chopin shouted someone was in the alley, Officer Rogers opened the window behind Creek's body to try and spot the runner. Then he ran down the fire escape to try and follow them, only to give up when he saw there was no ladder to get down with.
It's entirely possible that Shahin yielded. That someone was in the alley on the third floor.
The scene of the crime is soundproof, remember? No one in that room could notice a commotion at all in the alley unless they'd already opened the window to check. So since Shahin yelled them out, then he had to have been the officer who stayed on the second floor.
This blue blood rat of yours just in this herd. Why they're lying. There's no proof for any of this.
Yes, there is, officer.
Alright, what do we got? There's no proof Rogers went down the fire escape. Is it this boot? Oh, maybe this is his boot print right here.
That scrap of painting was found by the second floor windowsill.
But it's not just any scrap of paper. It matches the red ink documents that were found where the pilot died. And it happens to have a partial boot print on it, proving that someone stomped from the crime scene down the fire escape and into the second floor.
That doesn't mean anything. Your home client could have left that footprints.
My client was arrested barefoot, remember? You should. You did the arresting.
Then maybe Shahin.
If Shahin was the one who brought the strap down from the third floor, what put him behind you? Meaning, you could have walked in on him being attacked by Sasuke.
Counselor, even if we accept that Rogers was on the third floor and then moved down to the second, the sequence you're describing ends with both officers reunited on the second floor, with neither of them dead. But obviously, Shahin didn't proceed to the third floor because that's where he was killed. So now, we're back where we started.
That's where we started. You're forgetting one key detail in this new sequence of events. At the time the officers reunited on the second floor, my client was already unconscious. Meaning, the only person who had a chance to kill Officer Chapin was, in fact,
None of this shit matters. This lawyer's trying to accuse me of killing my partner. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would I do something like that?
depends.
What?
Depends where you live. Not uptown, I assume.
What's it to you?
Single bedroom?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And having to ride around all day with some insufferable, soiled, rich state in the mind. Knowing the whole time that your job, your whole goddamn police force. Department. It was all just a bullet point on his resume.
Counsel is badgering the witness in lieu of making an actual argument.
Apologies, Your Honor. I'll state the motive plainly. Where 92 was for us. Blue lives and worse would profit on it. A city's expense, but it would also bring economic relief and badly needed repairs to the lower wards. It might also stop the Kennedy from, just slowing down and crushing everyone who lives there. But a clever, like Chopin, wouldn't care about any of that. Every photo I've seen of this guy, he's had a big, stern frown. But I'll bet he was grinning ear to ear when he found that red ink. Must have made you sick to your stomach. So you killed him, and then you bled him like a pig to try and destroy the documents you'd have plastered all over town.
You crazy. That's not possible.
Do the people have anything to add?
Emma hates losing, but she's not stupid. She must be getting sick of having to cover for this.
Officer Rogers? You were the one who entered the third floor first, weren't you?
What is she doing?
Yes.
How long were you there before your partner alerted you to someone escaping through the alley?
More than 2 minutes, less than 3.
You had a chance to start looking the room over.
Yes.
And did you see anything as politically explosive as what the defense has described?
No, nothing of the sort.
Your Honor, the witness is blatantly lying. We know the documents were there, and we know Chopin found them because they were found underneath his corpse.
And it is the defense's theory that he was killed because of those documents. Because he would have tried to make them public, essentially.
Yes.
That's the defense's proposed motive for this man to kill his partner?
Yes?
I see. Well, why would he be prepared to kill his partner for reading documents left out on a desk? When he had over 2 minutes to simply get rid of them beforehand.
Then, open it.
A damn good question, Your Honor.
Do we have an answer for it?
I'm getting there. I'll get there. I'm close. His orders are falling off.
I think this is where the datapad comes in. He must have saw something on the datapad, incriminating or something.
This isn't a little guy cold enough to walk into that room, knock out Sasuke. The son calmly looking around. So is he lying? Did he actually see these illustrators? No, I was right. If the papers were in plain view, he just tucked them into his jacket. The papers were in plain view. Where is one? I don't remember. Where the hell did I put them? If not on the desk. I think we tossed them.
I think Morgan tossed them on the ground, right? Next to a creek, maybe? I forget. Or was it on the desk?
I remember taking them out of Creek Stage and thinking they were nothing important, so I just... Okay. That's probably how one page got left where it could stick to the bottom of Roger's boots. But before I left, I reorganized things. I had to make it seem like I was never there, so I stacked things neatly. Ooh.
So, wait, stack things neatly? In the end, it's kind of Morgan's fault that Chopin died too.
Yo ho, Chaucer. Any cuckoos in or around the nest?
Pardon me, Your Honor. I was simply overthinking, to be honest. Officer Rogers didn't dispose of the red ink when he had the chance because he didn't notice the red ink. It's that simple.
A simple answer to a simple question that simply doesn't matter up. If Officer Rogers didn't notice the red ink dots in the 2 minutes he had with the scene, how did his partner discover them so quickly? Neither of them were looking for illicit government documents at a site of the gang shooting.
Oh, maybe it was under the datapad. She said she stacked them neatly, but maybe she put the datapad on top of it. Because Chopin's fingerprints were on the datapad, yeah?
Neither of them would want to start disturbing a crime scene when there were bodies and blood all around them.
Actually, neither officer would want to start making a mess of the scene. Something must have simply caught Officer Cotton's eye. Very bad luck on his part, as it turns out.
You've gotta be. What the hell are you talking about?
What could it have been? Sounds like a tough question to answer, but there aren't as many possibilities to sift through as you'd think, Your Honor. Because it would have to be something that caught Officer Chopin's eye, yet not that of his partner. In other words, something in a scene that Officer Rogers wouldn't recognize. The datapad.
Your Honor, this is pointless. If the officer knew this was the site of orca violence from the silent alarm, and there was blood and corpses all over the damn place, and if the red con docs were not in plain sight amidst all that carnage, what could possibly have drawn Officer Chopin's attention to them? If I need to
retrace Chopin's steps specifically, was there anything in that evidence record that you left a trace on?
Yeah, the datapad. So, Rogers wouldn't recognize the datapad because he's from the lower wards, right? But Officer Chopin would recognize the data pad because he comes from a rich family. Where is it at? Yeah, simple data pad with attachment for processing non-standard and commonly sold to allow payment process for unusual or rare forms. Yeah, process of unusual or rare forms. So Rogers wouldn't know anything about that, but Chopin would. Where's it at? Sound system, no. Your, no. Data, dark card, no. Oh, dark card. Oh, it's the dark card specifically? Collect of all prints known only to rich criminals. Yeah, okay, so it's kind of connected to the data pad, right? So it had to be the dark card. Because if the data pad's not an option, it has to be the dark card.
When Rogers first entered the crime scene, he must have seen Creed's data pad resting on top of some papers.
You think Saturn read in documents were beneath the data pad at the time? I might explain why Rogers didn't notice them, but that's only half an answer.
But how's this? It wasn't the data pad that drew Chopin's attention, Your Honor. It was the dark card that was stuck inside of it.
The dark card?
Seems like a little more than a fancy credit card to you or I. But if you're rich enough, it's an unmistakable sign of powerful forces at play. Exactly the kind of thing that would put a gleam in the eyes of the politically ambitious Officer Chopin.
So the question is, who did Morgan kill to get that dark card? I want to believe that's going to be the twist at the end of this.
Right up until the moment he saw the bombshell hidden underneath the data pad.
Your Honor, this speculation.
Chopin's comments were centered on the data pad, Your Honor. We know he must have picked it up. And that data pad was found by police on the desk. So we know he must have put it down. I'm merely proposing that he didn't put it back down in the exact same spots.
Just because this dark card happened.
Hey, seriously? What the hell have you two been talking about? What the shit is a dark card?
Yeah, that kind of just proves the point right there. He doesn't know what a dark card is. He just proved the point.
Topographically, anonymous wallet card. That's rich people use to buy illegal drugs and gifts for their mistresses. Not common knowledge, unless you ran in circles as high up as the city council.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. I didn't know that. Never heard of that. Assume you were being literal. It is a dark card. Yeah, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. Chopin going around taking out whatever he wanted at a crime scene without even radioing in first sounds about right. Bare hands, mouth breathing. Guy was big on following the rules. Just wasn't that good at remembering any of them. Not me, though. I remembered every rule. Followed them too. I remember use of body sham. I request a new one. Let him use my stop him from getting sued by the next punk he bumps into. It was a real risk for him. He had money. People would sue him if they could. No one would try to sue Huey Rogers. Only thing that judge could award them would be my own goddamn debts. I don't think I'm bad with money, just bad with debt. I never seem to get rid of the stuff. But even I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't wear gloves at a goddamn crime scene.
You mean...
Obviously, counselor. From the minute we pulled up to that building until I was relieved from duty and sent home the next morning, I was wearing gloves. 3 stories and an alleyway, and I can swear on my parents' graves, I didn't contaminate 1 millimeter of it. Didn't put my greasy fingerprints on the windows, the doors, the murder weapons. You never know I was ever there. So you can say I did this or claim I did that. But the city's only ever gonna hear that some Italian bastard killed a bunch of blue blood punks. And that Tariq Shahin died a hero, trying to save the day.
Right.
Adonai, is that true? Is that possible? After all this, is it possible that with the jury, only they can see?
The jury will see what the adjutant decides. They need to see in order to properly render their verdict. If the adjutant comes to the conclusion that a witness or a line of questioning would only serve to confuse the jury,
80, Your Honor, the jury.
Give me a second to think here, girl. I'm trying to build consensus and basically everyone's mad.
So, maybe the adjutant rules in our favor, and maybe the jury sees things our way.
but there are no guarantees.
After all that, it just
Comes down to a gamble. Always does. Yeah. But you still get a chance to sulk your hand. And I can do a lot better than this pile of shit. Just have to take my licks first. Your Honor, I disagree.
About what exactly?
About all of this. About everything. Look, we know someone moved from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor near the fire escape. Because of that slap of paper, which would have put him in the perfect position to walk up a young child. And we know Charlie picked up the data tag because his fingerprints are on it. So we can reason Charlie was investigating the deaths before he died. And of course we know he died reading the red ink documents because, duh, his body was found collapsed on top of him. Put that all together and...
Nothing. You still have nothing. Nothing except circumstantial evidence showing this witness to a theoretical sequence of events.
Emma, did you get it in the head too?
What?
We have Officer Router's fingerprints on the murder weapon.
What?
Okay. Here we go. They'll never go all in unless they think your hand is crap. Put on a show. Here we go. Alright, this has to be it, right? The final nail on the coffin. Roger's pistol? That's the only option. Alright, I guess this is it.
It's time to throw out a pistol. Use the bludgeon my plane, of course.
What are you? No, they aren't. As he said, he wasn't wearing gloves. What? Also, that gun was never fired. What are you talking about?
Now that you mention it, yeah. Dude, did I get my nose mixed up?
What the fuck? How come they're only giving me single? What? Is this really how it's gonna go? Wait, I'm purposely losing chips. What the hell?
That's right, look at that. Do you think he wouldn't notice your lips? You left your fingerprints on just because it was burning into splinters?
The baseball bat used on tray. Forensics failed to pull a single punch from that. Such your idea of a joke.
Jeez, take it easy. I must smoke a little. Also, I don't have any reading glasses.
What?
What? What? How come it's purposely making me do this? It's like one weapon at a time.
Nice. That was used to kill tanks and creep. Pretty stupid to forget as a white you're kind of saw a piece of agati. Agati, don't you think?
Counselor, what is this? Are you throwing a tantrum? Making a mockery of the courtroom? The only prints on that gun belong to Sasuke and Kaya.
Oh. Sorry, because I was thinking of another case.
Is there perhaps a gas leak on the other side of the courtroom?
Oh, there's no fingerprints on this.
Well, don't I feel stupid? What I've been trying to say is that Officer Rogers failed to notice that he left his fingerprint on the most important weapon of all. The very blade that took his partner's life.
Enough of this. Embarrassment. What the hell's wrong with you? I knew a mob lawyer would be corrupt and vile. How can you be such a stupid bimbo? Do you think we're all idiots? My fingerprints on the goddamn knife, and you knew it.
My mistake. I can see here that, yes, I was misreading the fine details. It does appear. But your fingerprints are not on that knife. Sorry.
You.
Oh dear.
What? What? What is it?
Oh, I guess we're all just wondering. How long have you known it was this knife that was used to kill your partner?
What?
Right, did we mention a knife to him? I don't think we mentioned a knife to him. No, we did mention the knife that he dropped. Damn.
Confused? So are these two. Because like you, neither of them were in the courtroom when Dr. Sato updated her autopsy report. So, I knew that Chapin was killed with a knife. And the people knew that Chapin was killed with a knife. And how did you know that?
There mustn't been 50 cops in here when that doctor.
Yeah, fewer than 50, actually. More like 0. We had already emptied the courtroom by then. I could see we sent it to a blue blood witness.
You. Or some blue blood cat. You. Rat. You crazy harpy. Trying to trick me at the last second. You think I walked in here unprepared? No, of course not. She's right there. Wofford, the prosecutor. Before I took the stand, she told me all about the knife.
Ah, so that's your plan.
Right, Wofford, before I came out here, didn't you?
It's always great to reveal a full house and great in the pot. It's even better to reveal a handful of shit you bluff your way to victory with.
Say something already. Just say it.
But every now and then a different kind of victory comes along, where you just get to sit back and watch someone else self-destruct, because they completely misread the dealer.
Say it. Say that you.
Nuts. Oh.
What?
Just shut up. Is that so hard? Are my instructions unclear? Do you need me to delete you first? Talk here. You are completely, utterly, 100% guilty. Why the hell would I torture myself to help you?
Nice.
Hey, start counting. Because from this second on, every word that comes out of your mouth adds directly to the number of years you're going to rot in jail. Unless those words are your confession.
He's loud, Victoria. You got this for the model. We can put him away.
They don't want to put him away. Not for your crime. Not for murdering the son of 2 city councilmen. Have you lost your goddamn mind?
But he's a murderer.
Well, not all murderers are created equally.
Well, not all murderers are hunted equally. The ability assassinating each other, when it right, keeps them divided. Workers fighting in the lower wards, let them sort it out, keeps their numbers down. A monster shoots 6 women in the heart and leaves no evidence behind. Call us back when he kills someone important.
Strange. When she is properly infuriated, there's usually no stopping. Well, she's not going to twist the knife herself. I shouldn't let it go to waste. Your Honor, if the witness is having trouble choosing a place to start for his confession, perhaps I might help by laying out the details for him.
You sadistic bullsh.
He was counting on Emma to step in. Now he's sliding down the rocky face of despair. Fingernails split and bloody as he attempts in vain to slow the descent. Not very dignified, so I won't leave him hanging. I'll be happy to speed him along. In summary, a week ago you acquired a blue blood distress signal from when you arrested Tanks. When your partner insisted on letting him go and keeping the code to yourselves. So the night, like the room, when the alarm went out, you jumped at a chance to be the first unit on the scene at what could be a gang shootout. You did all you could, saw that your partner pressed on, and even shot open the door in his hurry to get into the locked building. You made up an excuse to keep him on the 2nd floor, and proceeded to the 3rd on your own, relieved that everyone was already dead. And puzzled by the delirious suspect, you knocked out. You knocked out with 1 move to the back of the head. But by calling down your partner to convince him you were already too late, you altered an Orca's hiding downstairs. Alerted an Orca hiding downstairs. And when they fled out the window, went down into the alley, you opened the windows at the crime scene to give chase. While you were scanning the alley from the 2nd floor fire escape, your partner proceeded upstairs. He was just as stunned as you were, but intrigued by the presence on the dark card you never recognized. He knew that it pointed towards the involvement of powerful parties. It was simply bad luck that he found the red wing ready before you. But he must have felt like he won the lottery. He was the man in the city who would benefit the most from exposing the corruption he hinted at. He must have been salivating at the opportunity right in front of you, standing in the blood without a second thought. You'd taken the knife from Saucy. I didn't even thought about it up until that point. You knew once the rest of the force arrived, you know stopping the Reading from going on the record. You had 1 chance to blot it out for good. That's all.
That's all a lie. Just smoke and mirrors. Dirksing guesswork. The Hound of Icaria is standing right there next to you. The Blue Bloods themselves even tried to kill him, right in front of all of us.
No, they didn't.
Oh, did he hire like a drug addict to kill Sasuke?
Excuse me?
I had an wondering doing a story the Blue Bloods wouldn't want my hind assassinated.
Oh, I'm sure.
So, considering where the shooter was, and the direction he was aiming, the only person he could have been aiming at would be, well... you.
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, the assassin was here for Rogers? Huh, interesting.
Seems like the old guard wanted to make sure there'd be a swift punishment for letting come before maybe to blow up. So you can cheat for assessing your innocence if you want. Might work. And you might be able to avoid the next Blue Blood to come after you. And the next after that. You might survive just long enough to end up the only casualty in a tragically unavoidable case of friendly fire.
You're...
Blue's coming after you from above and below. But their curse is a going toss. So, Tony, you feeling lucky? Well,
you...
any questions?
You and this DA, you're...
Officer,
You're close. You're all out of your damn minds.
nice. We got you, bitch. You work for the Blue Bloods?
Never thought of it that way. Even back when I was a kid, I thought they were just another institution. Like a neighborhood watch. People looking out for each other. Everyone's parents off working or enlisted or in jail for civil disobedience. All neighborhoods that cops, medics, goddamn firemen wouldn't set foot in. Didn't see it as transactional. Thought I was just lending a hand. My blood ain't worth shit. I wasn't useful enough to be a young blood. Not even good looking enough to be a host. But I kept going to school. They helped me pay for it. Because it was, in fact, transactional, they expected to get something in return. Police Academy, their man on the inside, wasn't as exciting as it sounds. I made sure it wasn't. Test score sucked. Attitude sucked. Clumsy and boring. I made sure no one would want to give me anything important to do. Valuable enough that the Blue Bloods wouldn't help me. Not valuable enough that the cops wouldn't give me anything worth passing on. The world's worst double agent. So bad at his job he'd never be expected to double-cross anyone. Imagine the look on my face when my reputation for nothingness gets me paired up with the worst babysitting job on the force.
Tariq, Chapin.
We were perfectly matched in a way. I didn't want to be near nothing, and nobody wanted to be let him near anything. Nothing dangerous enough to get him hurt. Nothing real enough that he'd go blabbing to his dad. We went around the schools. Those are the jobs we get.
Building security?
Yelling assemblies, telling the kids what cops do. Here's how to call for help. We were a goddamn joke.
There are worse things to be.
You think I don't know that? You think I did the shit that kids were laughing at us in the back of the class? But thieves were throwing soda cans at our car. Good for them. At least they were having fun. Tariq was never having fun. He was just burning inside. Humiliation and bile, a stomach full of it. And he hadn't found the code on tanks that day. If he hadn't found the code on tanks that day, I don't know. Guy would have either put in his 2 weeks notice or just drawn his gun and walked into the nearest orc convention.
So, when you two arrived at the building,
happened like the defense attorney said. I told Chopin some bullshit about smelling contraband on the second floor. He started poking around, and I went straight to the third floor because that's where the bosses would hang out back when I was a kid, where they give us spare change to buy their groceries and pick up their laundry. Never met this creek or this pod in my life until we saw Cortan, different gens, and I'd never seen anything like the bloodbath in that room. All 4 of the pod were dead when I got there. Believe me, don't believe me. I ain't no Hound of Vicaria, and I don't even think he could have done that either. Considering how he stumbled out of that water closet like a bloody water balloon. I did whack him on the back of the head, but my hand to God, I'm not convinced it did anything. Face down in the blood, out like that. Couldn't have woke him up with a nuke. When the hound dropped, I searched him, followed protocol. Found that knife in his hand. I called down, said everyone was dead, that Blue Blood bolted. Tariq called after them. And yeah, I opened the window and tried to follow. I guess Tariq didn't know the ladder was out. Figured I would chase him down, because by the time I stepped back inside, he was upstairs. And I walked up those steps expecting him to be puking and crying, shaking, I don't know. Instead, he starts yelling down, ecstatic. You can't believe this. Scoop of the century. And I realize I know what he's talking about.
Your blood secures let you know about 492.
Lots of people knew the deal was with Map 492, even non-blooded cities. Nothing wrong with any of that, so long as it stayed a rumor. So long as the state didn't know we knew where the pillars were gonna be built. It was a nice thing, believe it or not. People in the lower wards were whispering about Big Nanny coming. A little excited to look forward to. Tariq was excited too. All he could see was bored, barely reading the words in front of his eyes. Not giving a shit about anything behind him. Not caring about what he was trampling over. I didn't plan on doing anything. If that matters, if you care, I was moving slow, but I wasn't trying to hide. I just... After taking it off the hound, I still had that knife. Like goddamn knife in my hand. You all seem like educated people, so I take it none of you all believe in evil. We believe in evil. Down in the lower wards, it's like a fog. Hangs around certain people, places, and it poured off that knife like a water fountain.
The devil made you do it. I haven't heard that in a while.
If it wasn't for that dark part being there. You know, Tariq told me once, said he wanted to become mayor. I just did this stupid fake laugh and told me I had my vote. I don't know why I did that. I shouldn't have done that.
We have done him?
Shouldn't have lied to him.
Oops. And so, Your Honor, the people will be dismissing the charge of homicide in the first degree with prejudice.
What does that mean?
We can't charge you with Officer Chotton's murder again at a later date just because they found more evidence.
And the four other charges of second-degree homicide.
We will be dismissing the 4 charges of second-degree homicide without prejudice.
So, she is not quite convinced I couldn't have killed Creepspod.
No one's blood having already been on the night you used to get free in the first place was pretty huge. Combined with Rogers admitting that you basically saddled out of a rotten corpse.
But
That's the way the state sees it. Their murders aren't any more solved than they were at the beginning of this trial. It's to be expected.
Of course, we know who actually murdered them, but yeah.
Then the jury will be dismissed. This court will be adjourned. And you, Mr. Icario, are free to go.
Everything that's happened to you the last few days, how is that leaving you so shocked?
I'm not shocked. I'm just grateful, counselor. You have my...
Ahem.
Your Honor, is there perhaps something else you wanted to say?
Well, if you insist. I guess for some reason, even though the jury's been dismissed and it's actually their job to do this part, and the charges were dropped, I have this strong, overwhelming urge to say, is it not guilty? Not guilty.
We all know that's a Phoenix Wright reference.
No, that needs to be much bigger. Maybe, uncasty innocence. No, sounds dumb.
All right. Okay. There's still more there's probably gonna be like a twist or something. I wonder if there is gonna be a twist this one. State building, floor 48. Also, I still fear that Sasuke is gonna get killed. Because if the Ikarians kill him, then the Blue Bloods, the old guards, are screwed. The old guards don't want Sasuke killed because he's the last actual heir. So I'm kind of worried about Sasuke still. Like, he may have been proven innocent, but I feel like he might be killed.
So, how do you plan on celebrating?
Adonai,
We won. Just you two somehow missed it. And won so definitively that the police and even the Blue Bloods can't hold a grudge.
Right. My apologies. I'm grateful to you, of course. It's just that I still haven't gotten an answer to the question that's been haunting me. Even more so than whether or not I killed Chopin. Someone slaughtered Creek's entire pod, and they had my life in the palm of their hands, and
thank you, Sasuke. I don't think they were doing you any favors.
and yet they did. They let me live. It feels strange owing everything to someone so unknowable.
What irony. It's like, he says this, right? He owes that killer, but also, he, like, has to be, like, what is it? Grateful to Morgan as well, which is the same person.
Well, you'll have plenty of time to think on it, spending the rest of your life hiding your head in the sand, ignoring the vast riches that sit untapped in a savings account across the sea.
Adonai, he's made his stance quite clear.
I don't intend to hide, Morgan. The Blue Ones can try whatever they like. And they can find me standing right where I always stood, protecting my family.
Seems there's someone who'd like to speak with you about just that. Come on.
Sasuke!
Young master. Please forgive me, young master. I've failed you repeatedly. I'll accept any punishment.
Very well. 108 years of manual labor.
Oh,
Yeah, that's about as merciful as I expected. At least he picked a good number.
100 and... Of course, young master.
You'll need to spend that sentence serving as my head of security so that I know you're actually doing it. And that means you won't be able to do either jobs anymore. Even ones that the elders ask you to do. Even delivering messages. It's a punishment handed down by the heir to the noble house Ikaria, Sasuke. Who could possibly overrule it?
As you say. I'll start right away, if you don't mind.
That is probably wise. Grandfather is outside in the motorcade, and he's had nothing but criticisms for the current formation.
So, the Charian is here. He came here.
and he just happened to be on his way to the airport.
He is, Counselor Morgan, surprisingly astute of you. Though he is leaving quite early, if he just wants to get to the airport, none of our private planes are even fueled.
It seems to be a universal truth that old people like to get to the airport early.
That sounds very wise, Sarah of House. Paralegal? Who are you quoting?
Then, if you'll excuse me for a moment, Counselor.
Yeah, feel free to. Take Sarah with you.
Pardon.
If you don't let her look at your tattoo now, I'll never hear the end of it.
Yes, well, that's... Right then. I'll, find a corner or two in which to lift up my... instant.
Jesus Christ.
Congratulations, Counselor. You succeeded on all fronts.
Thanks.
Not satisfied? Makoto seems to be in a good mood. If you ask him for a bonus now...
Couldn't I just negotiate with my employer directly? You're the one who hired me, aren't you? At the very least, you're the one who put my name forward to Makoto. It's easy to see, looking back. You're the only one who acted in Sasuke's interest this entire time. Who isn't a child.
And what of it?
Why me?
Why does it matter?
Because I value my privacy. I want to know why a woman with your resources would put an ant like me under her magnifying glass.
Such cruel
metaphors you employ.
Someone who values their privacy that much should, in the future, avoid directly confronting the board of multinational corporations.
Noble's board of directors? You were?
Not among them myself, but when one woman shifts the opinion of the room that second, even by a millimeter, word gets around. My, you really are a shy little girl. No putting the genie back in the bottle, but I won't recommend you to anyone else if it bothers you that much.
Thanks. Though you can be pretty shy yourself, letting Makoto take all the credit. Why the subterfuge?
I've already overextended myself in this matter. A woman from my side of the house intruding upon the IFG's business. I don't mind that I'll have to rip out fingernails in front of the elders as recompense, but I thought I might spare myself the additional pinky or so.
You're being literal, aren't you?
Disobedience always has a cost, especially in old families.
especially for daughters. But not flinching as you pay the toll carries its own kind of power, don't you think? Maybe I'm just trying to dress up my cowardice as dignity. Disobedience used to come naturally to me. It gets harder the older you get. Harder to believe your independence wasn't just immaturity. That's why I'm glad Makoto's such a good boy. I don't want him to feel any guilt later in life. Yes, Makoto certainly takes his responsibilities seriously. Can't imagine where he gets it from. I was such a hellraiser. He must get it from his father. I suppose...
Oh, what? Makoto's father is Sasuke. Because Makoto has the mark under his eye, just like Sasuke. Oh, I kind of suspected that a while back, but that kind of just confirmed it. Right. Cause look at Makoto. Where are you? Yeah, look, he has a mole under his eye.
Looks like a mole, but seems to be hereditary. Does Makoto know Sasuke's his father? Does Sasuke? I would be very disappointed in Sasuke's intelligence if he didn't. That's why Sasuke left the family to join the military, wasn't it? Why he asked to be coming out when he came back. Self-imposed exile for interfering in your arranged marriage. Interfering. We were younger then, but we still knew what we were doing. We knew there was no stopping the marriage, but we didn't cover up the pregnancy others would. Or just eliminate the problem themselves. Sasuke left before the bridal shower. A sudden enlistment, certainly, but I don't blame him for not wanting to be there on guard duty as I married another man.
If Makoto is Sasuke's son, though, that means he carries his blood. If he stands to inherit from both his father and mother, is worse.
I understand this is going to be hard for you to believe, coming from a woman like me, but Makoto is already worth enough. He has his health, he has his mother, and his father will always be close by. Every moment we've shared as a family is worth its weight in gold. And as you've now seen, when given the opportunity to choose between Makoto and the blue blood fortune, Sasuke chose the former.
Gee, you, all of you, you could have it all. Why don't you want it all?
We already have it. I see. You don't understand, do you? I hope you do, someday.
Yes, and that is something I fully understand and I'm getting.
One blood test from Makoto could split your precious house right down the middle. Your husband will be infuriated, assuming he has a pulse, and whatever connections you married him for will burn up in seconds. So unless you guarantee me that I'm free to turn down any job... Don't make unnecessary threats, counselor. It makes you look weak. Take it from someone with experience. You're always free to leave the house. But if you find yourself sitting back, don't be too hard on yourself about it. It's just what the house does. And would you excuse me? Sasuke seems to have satisfied your companion's curiosity for the time being, and it's very rare for him to have any time to himself.
Why the heartbeat?
You don't understand, do you?
Counselor Morden.
Emma.
What's that look for?
So, that's 2 wins for me now, isn't it?
After Rogers went nuts and perjured himself all over the place, you're calling that shitstorm a win?
It definitely wasn't a loss.
You're ridiculous.
Thanks. By the way, for letting things play out as long as they did. I imagine you wanted to put the brakes on things a number of times back there. But now that it's all out, my client won't be getting knifed by cops or blue bloods. At least not for anything you didn't do.
You think I was happy to let the Hound of Icaria walk out of my courtroom?
Your courtroom. I'll have to have a word with the adjutants.
Please don't. But yes, I had my doubts. The OC unit has been getting a number of odd reports in the last 24 hours, truth be told.
What do you mean?
Bursts of anonymous tips about figures in red being spotted around Creek's place before and after the killings.
Right, the Red Hood.
Figures in red.
That's right. The rest.
Oh, not Red Hood?
Ah, right. The rest.
I don't like the timing, but it is not as if OC can ignore the idea altogether. Someone tuned those 4, and it wasn't Sasuke or Rogers.
If you don't like the rest for it, where's your head at?
Whoever killed Creek's pod did it with such unhinged brutality. And yet it was executed with precision, so cold-blooded that they managed to virtually erase their presence from the scene afterwards.
Yeah?
Tanks and Creek were both shot from fairly close range, and near enough to their solar plexus.
I suppose.
Dashing Trey's stolen was overkill, yes, but it wasn't the safest way to erase anything. But it was the safest way to erase anything his mods may have recorded. And even if it was an afterthought, that overcorrection is in line with perfectionism. Interrupted by... Forget it. I'm seeing things that aren't there. First sign of obsession.
Obsession.
I'm jealous. You seem like you never let anything get to you. It's unpleasant, you know? Feeling like you were possessed by something or someone. Well, if it was easy to wrest control back, it wouldn't be an obsession, just puppy love. Oh, that's for me. That's me. Gotta take this call. See you around, Norden.
Yeah, see you around.
Just don't go telling anyone that was a wig, or I'll have you arrested for spreading misinformation.
Well, we can't have that.
Okay, Borden. I fulfilled my obligation to Sarah. Now, so
now you can buy me a goddamn drink.
pardon.
You can start your 108-year sentence tomorrow. I've got some paperwork we need to go through before then, and I don't want to do it sober.
Oh, you're serious.
Of course I am. Everyone knows it's tradition for a client to buy their lawyer a drink after beating charges like this. And in this city, they take them to this one special bar, Kent City.
I've never heard of that tradition. Or that bar.
Well, yes, you've lived a very sheltered life under the roof of House Sicaria. But I forgive you your ignorance. Time for you to put that fat wallet you've been accumulating that whole time to good use.
I suppose I do owe you a great deal. Very well, but first I must inform Lady Mire and the young master.
Go right ahead. Be my guest.
What was that, Adonai? Did you want to get a look at Sasuke's tattoo as well?
I'll take a rain check.
Sasuke seems much more animated this afternoon, don't you think? Did you say something to him?
No, I didn't do anything.
I see. Then perhaps his injuries were just taxing him more than we realized.
That must be it. It had been threatening to rain all day. Gray skies spanning a slate blue world. It was cold, and all the heaters were coming in their rush to overcorrect for it. At 3, raindrops started hitting the windowsills. Not a problem. She had her umbrella. At 3:15, the adults started leaning back in their chairs. Watches and phones were being checked. They were preparing to leave. At 3:24, another topic is brought up. The gathering resigns themselves to a continuation. It's 3:45. By the time the girl is able to excuse herself, she has 15 minutes to get back to school. Hardly impossible on foot if she hurried. She could have asked to be driven there. For some reason, the thought never crossed her mind. She hesitates at the door. She left her umbrella behind, back upstairs. It's not like her to be so absent-minded. The smart thing to do would be to go back up and get it. It's 3:49. At 3:50 at 3:51, she is jogging, a non-committal yet still undignified rush. When she sees the time on her phone roll over to 3:52, she starts to run. She hates running. A small part of her considers sending a text. She'd never been the one to text first. Come to think of it, she'd never been the one to text second. She only had one number in her phone's contacts after all. At 3:56, the school gates are in sight. Her eyes had been straining to see them. She wasn't looking down. Her knees stung in a shallow, sharp way. The palms of her hands were embedded with specks of gravel where she caught herself. Rain-diluted blood ran faintly down her way as she dripped water onto the mundanely tiled floors of the hallway. At 3:59, she pauses to at least catch her breath before sliding the door open. If her heart hadn't been beating so loudly in her ears, she would have easily heard the voices behind it. Where do you even come up with this stuff? Hey, I can't promise it's gonna be that exciting every week around here, but... Ew, what are you? I thought you had a family thing.
So it's young Morgan? Interesting.
Oh shit. Are you all okay? What happened? You're so dead. I thought we're all...
We're the Mystery Club. Name pending, I hope. I was told the name could change.
You were right. I just went around to people on campus and tried being friendly, being myself, and people started signing up. Forget that. Your knee. It's fine. You must be freezing. Let me give you my coat. Screw it. I'll just carry you to the nurse myself. Stop.
Ma'am, this girl just showed up and she's bleeding. What? Bleeding? Everyone stand back. Where is she? Who?
What's her name?
I don't know. I don't think I've seen her before. You girl, come with me. I'm taking you to the infirmary.
Ma'am, she's full.
I don't know what voice for. I'm just gonna do this like this. That's very nice of you, but it's not sanitary to share uniforms. Stay here and wait for the floors to be cleaned.
Don't worry about it. can walk on my own.
So the mystery club, she wouldn't have seen them if she hadn't gone back up. She would have missed it. What the hell? And with a little sprinkle of salt just along the edge. There you have it.
Oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you.
Of course. Let me know if you need anything else.
I must admit it, Morgan. This is quite a fine establishment. And so exclusive. The whole staff here on hand to attend to just the two of us. I can't imagine what the waiting list must be like.
Right? But for you, you've got a man working on the inside.
I can assure you, a table at any time, Sasuke.
You or any of your housemates ever need a quiet spot to lay low from the judging eyes of high society? How do you know where to send them?
I might just do that. Do just that. So, and these prices are so reasonable.
Shit. Knew I should have gone with the digital menus.
Hey, Sasuke. That name they have for you, the Hound. That title you were given, or just part of the mantle you chose to take up?
Now, I was called that long before I started delivering messages. Long before I got my tattoo. Truth be told, I'm not sure where it came from or when people started using it. Childhood nickname, I suppose.
Heard by following Mirai around like a puppy.
I never, who told you Mirai was Blair when we were...
It's a miracle you didn't break under torture, you know that? A Hound of Icaria. So, everyone called you a dog when you were a kid.
Jokingly. Lovingly. Mirai's right. I don't know anything about. One of the many things I've long since acknowledged that I'm missing. But obsession? Addiction? Those are easy enough to grasp. I've rolled the dice plenty of times by now. There are no demons hunting, no drivers in the car. Just me sitting in the dark in a hole and it's hungry I feed it. But it'll never be full.
I don't even know whose monologue is. Is it Morgan? Because the hole was there first. And it built a girl around itself. So it wouldn't have a place to hide.
How can you tell?
And if
That he called you that lovingly.
I suppose you never know. You just trust. And if you do trust, then that's your answer. And besides, what's insulting about being compared to a dog? Everyone loves dogs. Probably even you.
For your information, I like dogs just fine, Sasuke. But I could never live as one. Everyone's already collared in this world, tagged, labeled, classified, and put in a box. But even so, I refuse to sit at the end of someone's leash. Better to remain astray.
Huh. Well, I guess we're getting a peek at, like, Morgan's past. Cause like that detective club or mystery club thing was like her idea, but then like the other girl recruited other people. What if it was Emma? That was good though. Not a super crazy twist because it was something that was kind of like in the back of my head when we first figured that Mireille was the daughter of the Ikarian, the heir daughter. I just didn't put together that his mole is the same as Makoto's. This is the first time we see Sasuke smile. And look, his son, that Mireille thinks that Sasuke knows, which he probably does. I mean, you know. Oh man. Bonus charms earned. Hell yeah. Oh right, this person.
Cherry smiled. I wasn't looking out for anything in particular. The Russ give me and the others food and stuff for telling them where the Blues go and who they talk to. My shoes had been feeling too small, and the blue guys in that building had been really busy lately. I thought if I went around there, I might see something the Russ would give me new shoes for. But I never saw anything worth anything.
So you gave up?
No. I got scared.
What scared you?
You won't believe me. No one believes me. Everyone says I'm a liar.
Everyone says I'm a liar too.
Are you?
I can't remember. You see, somebody took something that belonged to me. I don't feel right about it, but I think you could help me find it.
What'd you lose?
My face. Oh, this is the hunter guy, isn't it? The blue blood hunter or whatever? He says my face, but he's looking for the mask, the no mask. Oh no, and this kid saw Morgan.
I saw the Red Hood. Except she was a lady, not a girl. And she didn't have her wig up. I didn't get a good look at her face, but she was all red.
Red hair?
What's this?
Gold.
Thanks. But are you sure? I wasn't any help.
You've been a huge help. Now I know to look for red hair. I've tracked more elusive prey with less. To be continued in Of the Devil, Episode 3. Quoting scripture. Oh shit. Oh man. Yeah, Morgan's hair really stands out. Congratulations! You finish episode 2 with 303 credits. Your high score for episode 2 is currently 303. You've unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on this score. You also have a total of 445 remaining store credits to spend on phone charms and case colors, based on the highest credit with which you finish this episode. Alright, so we got bonus scenarios. What do we have? Oh, wow. Household surveys. Okay, so there's like 5 of them. I wonder how long these will take. I know they're not super long. How do we go to the previous page? Episodes. Previous menu. Let's look at the concept art. If there's anything new. All Sarah concept. Oh yeah, here we go. These are the newer ones. Not this one. Yeah, there's Makoto, Han, Daisuke. Oh look, it's Morgan and her thingy. Oh, I think this is the no mask right here on the bottom left, right next to Kid Morgan. Assuming this is the knife, that's the murder weapon, but what is this gun? We didn't see this gun. Well, it is concept art. I kind of do want to go to the bonus scenarios, but maybe I'll save that for another stream. We'll go through the bonus scenarios. Yeah, we'll do that in another stream. Maybe like a short stream or something. But yeah, that was episode 2. I enjoyed that. I had a good time with that. The twist wasn't as crazy. Because we kind of figured... Once we figured that Mirai was Makoto's son, and then they pointed out like the mole, it kind of clicked there, but at the same time we kind of suspected that Sasuke may have been Makoto's father, because it kind of lined up with when she got pregnant and he went to the military. Yeah. So we were suspicious then, because like he went to the military, but Mirai was pregnant at the same time, right? So it was kind of suspicious there. And then when they mentioned the mole, that's when it became obvious, right? But yeah, I will try to find a day to do the bonus scenarios. I don't know, maybe tomorrow, maybe do like a short stream just to do that. Because I know Thursday for sure I'm going to do Nikkei. Friday, maybe I'll do something. Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait for episode 3. Because, what's going to happen to Morgan? Like, who's she gonna kill next? Where is this person that's hunting Morgan gonna come, like, into the story? I don't know if they're gonna come into the next chapter, maybe. Because it feels like they're closing in on Morgan. It's like, multiple things are closing in on Morgan. It's like her murders. Like, I don't know if Emma is suspicious of her or not. And then that hunter guy who got red hair off that kid, like the description of red hair. So, yeah. I don't know how Morgan's gonna get through this. It should be interesting. Yeah, I don't know when the next date it's coming out. Hold on. Of the Devil, episode 3 of the Devil. Yeah, it just says 2026, so we don't know. Like, I'm looking at the artwork. I only seen one new person on there. Like on the picture on the right hand side by themselves. Everybody in the group picture are people we already see. Reyes, London, Sarah, Morgan, Emma. It's funny they have a heart that's broken, the heartbreak. Oh, but yeah, I guess I'm gonna end it here today. Yeah, we'll do the other stuff. I don't know when. It'll probably be a short stream, or maybe I'll combine it with another stream. I'll see. I kind of just want to do it on a short stream. Yeah. Thank you for coming by. Thank you everybody for coming by. Appreciate it. That was a lot of fun. I can't wait for the next one. But yeah, have a good night. Have a good morning. Have a good afternoon wherever you are in the world. Zan out. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Thank you, Ocean. Bye.